Try to blame me for your crap. How dare you, sir? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey of the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey. He's Jack. Say hi, Jack.
Hot Pocket. Hi,
And
everybody.
on the screen there is my beautiful little kitty cat, Phoebe. How fluffy she is. She's just a ball of fluff, dude.
That's just fur that you're going to have to pick up off of your clothes.
She gets brushed a lot. Because if she doesn't, she gets mats. So
yeah.
And yeah, tons of fur. I don't know how that cat's not bald. Apparently she takes Rogaine or something. But she was very sweet to me today. I didn't sleep, but as you can see, she did. And you can tell because she's holding still. If she was awake, this would be a blurry picture.
It looked like Bigfoot.
Yeah, she slept for about 2.5 hours on my bed today. It was as I was trying to go to sleep, and just cuddled up to her daddy hard. And it was sweet, and I love her for it. But damn, I wish I could have slept. I am tired. I haven't slept since about 6:30 yesterday. And it'll come. It'll come eventually, Jack. But if I'm unusually grumpy tonight, that's why.
Oh.
But how are you tonight, man?
Yeah, same as always. I've been awake for a long time, and I did watch the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves movie today.
What'd you think?
Actually, it wasn't bad.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I finally got around to it. I was bored, and I was like, I'm trying to work on these videos, and I just needed something to distract me. And for some reason, I thought of that movie, and so I rented it on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And I did like the little cameo by the characters from the animated series.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty fun. But no, I thought it was fine. It was silly. It wasn't taking itself too seriously, which is why I think a lot of people didn't like it. It was not overly serious. It was just a fun popcorn film.
I think that's what probably made a lot of D&D diehards not, because some of y'all take your D&D a little too seriously.
Yeah.
It's okay to have a little fun and have a rogue should be kind of a jackass.
Yeah, well, I grew up on first edition stuff
mm-hmm.
and basic, and if you go back to some of those old modules, they're filled with stupid jokes, like insane appearances by pop culture characters, stuff that doesn't make any sense. Like Castle Greyhawk is the best example of that, where the Enterprise bridge crew shows up.
Nice. I like the movie. It's not a perfect movie, of course. It is one of the best fantasy movies I've seen that's not based on a Tolkien book.
Yeah, the special effects were really good. They had some really good actors in there.
Not overdone on the special effects.
Yeah, they didn't overdo it. But I thought it was a fun movie. It was like a C. I'm not going to run out and buy it or anything, but I've seen way worse.
I really like the sequence. I really like the sequence of the druid when she's changing shapes.
Yeah.
They did a really good job with that stuff. The owl bear was awesome.
Yeah, the owl bear did look really cool.
But I thought it was a good movie. I'm glad you finally got to see it because as a fellow nerd, I like to share nerddom.
Yeah, I heard so many bad things about it, and I'm like, what were you watching? Because, like, if you go back and watch, like, the Jeremy Irons one, that's a bad movie.
That is that's not even a so good or so bad it's a good movie. It just sucks.
Yeah, that was terrible. The sequel to that, I actually liked better, and it was way lower budget.
It's one of the things that I was worried about going into it is there's a lot of really crappy special effects in that movie.
Yeah. And
it probably would have been at least tolerable if they'd cut back on they relied on it a little too much.
Yeah.
It was a decently grounded movie. Honor Among Thieves.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, I could see why some of the diehards are upset. Because it didn't strictly adhere to the game mechanics. Because bards can cast spells and they'd be way more useful. But they weren't doing that. They were trying to make an entertaining movie.
Yeah, he really should have been classified as a rogue.
Yeah.
I mean, he does play his little ukulele thing or whatever it is. What do they call it? Lute. Thank you so much. Alan says, love the cat. Me too. Me too. Thank you for the donation, my friend.
Ukulele, what Tiny Tim is joining the D&D party.
Yes. He's tiptoeing through the tulips. God, we just aged ourselves. Oh,
I know.
damn.
No, I thought they had some really cool sequences in there. The bit with the gelatinous cube was fun. I thought that they did a pretty good job with it, and they had some decent actors.
Oh yeah.
So I thought that Hugh Grant did a really good job as the bad guy.
He did, and I mean, he played the character perfectly to be that kind of creep.
Yeah.
Real quick, Cryptic, thank you. I am feeling hungry. I wonder why. Stop it. Stay away from my cat. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Did they change the donation boxes? They look different.
They're rounded on the corners now.
Huh.
It's not fully across. They rounded them off.
One of the criticisms I saw of this, and it's absolutely stupid in the D&D universe. Strong female character because what is she, a barbarian?
Yeah, she's a barbarian.
She's a bard. Those have been in D&D lore a female barbarian for quite a while.
Yeah.
And if she is a barbarian, you don't want to be running with a bad one. And within the universe, it made perfect sense. It was fine.
Yeah.
And he wasn't useless. She was just stronger than him, which was fine.
Yeah, which is what the barbarian would be they tend to be stronger and more into fighting.
Yeah.
So why would he run right into combat when she seems to be handling everything just fine?
And the combat sequences with her were fucking awesome. They did a good job with that choreography.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cameos were good. The lady that played the Red Wizard of Thay was really good. I didn't realize how young she was. I thought she was older than that. But I looked her up on IMDb because I'm like, who is this? But she's a real young woman. And you can't tell with bald people sometimes.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, I really did enjoy it. And I'm glad you did too. And I'm not the only one who's like, why are y'all so pissed off? It was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think a lot of people missed out on that because I thought it was fun. It had some funny scenes. There were some good jokes in there. And yeah, it was a bit silly, but D&D honestly should be kind of silly.
Yeah, you're role playing as a fucking elf. Relax.
Yeah.
And it's okay for like one or two of your party members to be serious. That it helps with the dynamic.
Yeah, but you're there to have fun. Just lighten up.
You know what the problem is? Is the people who are there to have fun take it too far and ruin it for everyone.
Yeah. I can handle a serious party. What I can't handle is junior drama club.
Oh,
where
yeah.
you get people sitting at the table doing the emotive things, and then they're using their hands to express themselves. Oh my God, my character's so offended. Shut up.
Yeah. Show don't tell, homie. Show don't tell. Anyway, Jack, we are here tonight to jump into what I have labeled part duh of this debate.
Yeah.
Seemed fitting, honestly. And yes, I'm patting myself on the back for my joke there because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, you should. Let me grab a couple of things before we do.
Please do.
Thank you, Disgruntled Technician, who says, can we just keep this discussion going? We don't have to subject ourselves to the debate again. Unfortunately, we're going to move along, but
indeed,
I'm just really happy that this movie was watchable. Yes. I probably will pick it up on DVD at some point, but I'm not paying $20 for it.
Oh yeah, wait till it's in the $5 bin.
Yeah, it should be in a $5 bin by Christmas. So.
Easily, yeah.
And thank you, Alan, for the generous donation. Hello, Jack. Looks like the way my cat sleeps. Yeah, that is adorable. Poofy cats always sleep like that.
She does not usually sleep like this unless one of us are around. She doesn't expose her body or her belly like that unless mom, dad, or my son are around.
Yeah.
But as you can see, she feels very safe in that picture.
Yeah.
Because she's treated like a queen.
But thank you guys. I hope you're both doing well. And Yes. Sorry. The D&D conversation and kitty conversation are going to be lost to the enraging debate.
Drawing to a close. But just as a movie recommendation, guys, Honor Among Thieves wasn't a bad movie. It's not a perfect movie. It's not a great movie. It's a good way to spend a couple of hours.
Yeah, it was a fun popcorn film.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not real deep, but it was entertaining. And if you like fantasy films, you probably like it.
Is that Phoebe? That is absolutely Phoebe. Snubber, thank you so very much. There once was a maiden from Stonebury Hollows. She didn't talk much, but boy, did she swallow. I have a nice lance that she sat upon. The maiden from Stonebury, who was also your mom. Bard rolls 20 for victorious mockery. Or sorry, for vicious mockery. Well played. Well played. That's hard to read for two things. One, thank you so much. That's very, very kind, Snub. If you guys can, if you donate, please to me, do it in caps. It increases the likelihood that I'll actually be able to read it without stumbling so much. Just saying. All right, Jack. Oh, son of a bitch. Why am I doing this to us? Actually, I'm doing this on for a good reason. For a good reason. These are these are our presidential candidates. And while the ones that are on the stage probably don't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning, they will inform the debate going forward. I mean, we've already seen Ramaswamy do that with the Department of Education. All of them are talking about cutting the Department of Education out.
Yeah.
I've even seen Trump do it. So it's going to inform what's going on going forward, even if Trump is the nominee.
Mm-hmm.
Had several more arguments with people who think I'm wrong for saying Trump should be there. Trump should absolutely be there. Just because Chris Christie's a douchebag doesn't mean he's not right about Trump should have been on the stage there. And Trump is a strong enough candidate. We've seen what they throw at him in debates before, Jack, and he handled it just fine.
Yeah.
He's just dodging it because it is there is the chance that he comes off looking bad or somebody else comes off looking good next to him. That's it's the same reason Joe Biden's never going to debate RFK Jr. He's just not gonna.
Because there's only the possibility of loss there. And I get it, it's a douche move, but at the same time, it probably is his best move for his candidacy.
And I put a poll up on Twitter asking, should Joe Biden debate RFK Jr.? It was amazing how many people thought he should. And while I can't see who voted, I would bet there's some who think that Trump shouldn't debate, who think Biden should.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think RFK should debate Gavin Newsom.
I think they should all get in their debate. I want to see Joe waving to people who aren't there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I live for, is Joe Biden fucking up these days. I love it. It makes me happy.
I like laughing at it, but at the same time, then I think what other world leaders are seeing.
Fair enough.
And they're like, oh, Seattle, easy to invade.
Yeah. Good luck, Anchorage. All right.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yeah. You can see Russia right out of what's-her-name's back door. Yeah, that's what you see in her back door. Anyhow, you think Palin took
a Russian seaman? I don't know, maybe.
You think Palin took it in the rear?
I doubt it. She strikes me as being a bit of a prude in bed.
That hurts me, man, because I was kind of hoping she did.
I think at best she thinks it's wild to do like Girl on Top.
She had that naughty librarian look.
I know, and the pornos were moderately entertaining.
I never watched one. I should have.
The chick that got her had weird areola, so I
that's
can't
just
deal
distracting.
with that. I know. You're
pasties.
Like, yeah. I don't need that.
It's not for her enjoyment. You don't need to be playing with her nipples.
I guess.
I'm just saying. Anyhow.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. I mean, I have two very good reasons not to watch Honor Among Thieves. You put a U in there. One, I'm not going to watch a movie if I can't spell the title right. That's fair. Honor has a U. No, it doesn't. You live in the upside down. No matter if Americans can't spell correctly, Also, I just hate Chris Pine and everything. I understand why. He comes off as a complete ass clown.
Yeah.
Like, I bet that guy's a real piece of shit in real life. But I'm not even a big Chris Pine fan. I thought he did pretty good as Captain Kirk in Star Trek for what those movies were, which were disappointments largely. And I'm not a huge fan of Chris Pine either, but it was a surprisingly good film. So I get why you don't want to watch it Evolved, but if you get a chance and it's on and you're bored, check it out, see what you think.
As to Pine, what I don't like about him is even in every role he comes off as just the most arrogant prick on the screen. But that works for this character. I mean, he doesn't oversell it, but I mean that just that little cockiness, it works for his character and what he's there for in the story. So I hope they make another one and that it lives up at least to this one. But yeah, if you get a chance, watch it.
Yeah.
All right. Look, if you can sit through this shit, you can sit through Honor Among Thieves. Speaking of thieves, Nikki Haley's up. We're going to rewatch her answer. The guy was all jumbled at the end of last stream, Jack. So
yeah,
we are picking up after the second break. It's going to be a long night.
And we are back live at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in the...
Okay, my sound is really loud. Hang on just a second. I know this video is not that loud. We talked about it yesterday. Oh, for those of you who were not here yesterday, there's nothing we can do about the sound here. I'm guessing it's still a little low for people.
Yeah.
You'll just have to adjust your volume to where you can hear both of us without blowing out your ears. We were told it sounded better on headphones, Jack.
Yeah, hope so.
We've got the most military and the most support.
Wait, what the hell just happened? How did he end up here? I think I clicked where I wasn't supposed to. Why are we like 134? Oh, that's too far because Haley's ugly ass is already on the screen. Da-da. There we go. All right. Sorry about that, y'all.
Second Republican debate, and let's get back to our questions, Governor Haley. American students, they are in academic trouble. They have lower scores in math and reading. There's chronic absenteeism. That's at record highs. And this has even been called education homicide.
I know I said this a lot last night, Jack. This isn't a question for a federal official. This isn't a federal issue. Education is not. Oh, but give me those wonderful lefty talking points. They're so tasty in a GOP debate. Like I said, I might be a little grumpier.
You say school choice is the...
Got something to add?
Nope.
Okay.
The answer, but South Carolina, your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Nothing. There's nothing you can do. This is the problem with politics. Everybody thinks government is their mommy and daddy and are going to fix all their damn problems. That's not what they're there for.
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you, it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our eighth graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our eighth graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades. So,
okay, so we know the problem, none of which the federal government can fix.
the first thing we've got to do is we've got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read by third grade is 4 times less likely to graduate high school.
You're not running for governor, though. That little thing I just said there can be applied to pretty much everything that was said yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's the problem is nobody wants to flat out say, I'm not going to do anything about this. This is a local issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm running the federal government.
How about
Because
I'll
the
shame?
feds should have their hand in everything.
How about I'll shame the states who don't get their shit together?
Yeah,
I'll use my bully pulpit. That's what I'll do.
yeah. I'll laugh at them and make fun of them and tell them that they're dumb.
Mhm.
We need to do reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's competition. We need to move all the programs from the federal government down to the states and
You can't make this shit up. We need to do all this stuff, and we need to move it all down to the states. But that's your answer right there. We need the states. Hey, unfortunately, that's not something I can fix. So what we've already fucked up, we'll just put that back. That's the states. We'll cut the Department of Education and all the spending that went there. We'll cut that shit too. Just call it a day, and we'll put pressure on the governors to clean their shit up.
and let states decide what education looks like in their states.
Right.
And we need to start building things in America.
Have you heard what Oregon is doing in their state?
Yes.
Look, I'm with her. You let them, the states handle it. But when you just sat there and go, we need to have reading proficiency, when Oregon is literally basing grades on the color of children's skin, you could at least call that out here, Nikki.
Yeah, I mean, they should call it out, but
They won't.
no, because you look like you're mean. Republicans pouncing. Oh,
Yeah.
you want to get invited to those cocktail parties.
And let's put vocational classes back in our high schools, and let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back included. We've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have the jobs of the next generation.
And again, that's all fine, but those are just talking points and nothing you could affect as president. Don't fall for this shit, guys. This is them promising you shit that they don't have any ability to do. Oh, but look at that crowd go crazy for those talking points, Jack.
Yeah.
What she just gave you was a minute and a half of drivel. And the seals are clapping along.
Yeah,
She
oh
said
boy.
the things.
Meaningless platitudes. Yay.
Subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower.
Hey, blacks finally got a say, Jack.
Oh. Well, don't worry. They haven't gotten to the Univision lady yet. She'll bring it back around.
He did say blacks and Latinos, so they still made sure to get the Latino market in there.
Yeah.
Than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%. And what we did was institute.
You don't understand what he did for the kids' nutrition by eating most of the food in the state of New Jersey.
That's true. If they can't get the Twinkies because he ate them, that's not a problem.
Bring down that diabetes. Just saying.
More charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school district in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40%.
Did he just say during his time education sucked, but since he's been gone, it's gotten much better?
I think so.
Let's listen back. Listen to what he says.
And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school district in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40%.
During his time, it sucked, but since then, they fixed it. Maybe he laid the groundwork. Maybe.
I think he was really bad at phrasing there. Like
No,
I think he meant like when I first got there, it was the worst. But
no, I bet if you go look, it was bad all through his tenure.
oh yeah, well, Camden's a shithole. That's
Yeah.
one of the worst cities in the country.
Mr. Governor, you can't take credit for shit that was done after you left office.
Sure he
My
can.
state, your state is operating without any say from you, fat man. How long has it been since he was in office?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Was that the Bush years or the Obama years? It was
The
Obama
Obama
because there's
years.
the video or that famous video of him and Obama hugging it out,
Yeah.
which pretty much sank his first candidacy.
In terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody
Oh,
about
please.
what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers' union,
Jill's a teacher. Dr. Jill, she's a teacher. That's kind of a cheap shot right there.
Yeah. Well, unless he knows something we don't.
Right, yeah. Sounds like Biden's porking somebody he's not married to. Don't worry, Biden hopefully he's not porking anything. Anyway, yeah, it's just such a cheap shot. It really is.
It is, but now I'm picturing Biden like forgetting what he's doing during sex.
Oh,
It
God.
needs to be guided.
You think they rope? Never mind.
Well, she dresses like the Easter
is
Bunny,
no
so he'll listen to her.
Oh, fuck.
chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A president of the United States is to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as president of the United States.
Okay, you can remove the influence of the teachers unions from the White House, which should be done, Jack. They shouldn't have any influence there anyway.
Oh yeah, and remove it from the CDC while you're at it.
Yeah, but while they are a public union, they are state public unions. It's not a federal thing that you can get involved in when like Reagan fired all the air traffic controllers. So again, he's not wrong with what he says. He just wouldn't have the power to do shit about it. Many of these questions do not belong in this debate at all.
Yeah, whoever came up with these questions is a fucking artard.
Well, they're liberal shitbags, so what do you expect?
Yeah.
How are you going to give them more money? Because it's always more money for the teachers. That's how you get smarter kids. More money for the teachers. I'm striking for a 40% raise so that little Timmy can read better.
Yeah. Well, what are you, a member of the auto workers union?
Right. How about this? How about instead of going, what we need is charter schools, how about just make the regular schools better? Why the fuck are you going, hey, look, this charter school, it does really good. The public school sucks ass, but look how good we're doing with this charter school.
Because charter schools don't always make you join the union.
Yep. And again, that is a state thing that needs broken.
Mm-hmm.
As we said yesterday, whether it's federal or statewide, public unions should not be a thing. They just shouldn't be. Whether it's education, police, fire, any of that shit. No, fuck you. Anyway.
DeSantis, I have a question.
I got the question for you.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Florida's new
I don't know if you caught. Did you hear what just happened there?
No.
Little Dougie said, "Are you guys having trouble seeing me?"
I do feel bad for him because I think he deserves to be on the stage more than Pence does.
Sure. I don't think he belongs on the stage, but like I said yesterday, if he's up there, you got to treat him like the others.
And they don't.
No.
They just treat him like an afterthought. Real quick, though, thank you, disgruntled technician. Speaking of shitty unions, I found out the union that is trying to get in at work has an underfunded pension on top of piss poor insurance and lower pay.
Really?
Yeah, less hours and less freedom. The only reason people are voting for it is the insurance too. Oh my god, that's wow. Good luck with that, dude. You might want to start looking for other jobs because that if they get in, man, you're gonna get fucked in the ass, especially if they're underfunding their pensions.
Well, we mentioned yesterday that a lot of unions have underfunded pensions,
Most of them,
and
I would argue, yeah.
they're pyramid schemes. The whole idea, the reason that's happened is because they were like, hey, no, you cannot force people to join your fucking unions anymore. And all of that money dried up. And they'd already spent the stuff that had been saved.
Yeah.
Because the union boss needed a nice new house and a Lexus.
Yeah, they're going on little spending sprees thinking it'll last forever because who would dare undercut the unions? Whoops.
Darth asks if there's any update on Hobbs. She's back. Nobody knows, at least as far as I know, we don't know where the fuck she disappeared.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
go
ahead.
Quick. Thank you, Frank. We really didn't need to have the idea of Biden being a furry. These questions are definitely California influenced. Also, make sure he checked his slabs as well. Did you check your slabs recently, Monkey?
I forgot to open my alert. Fuck. I am so sorry.
Thanks, guys.
Frank, there's two of them waiting here for me. Sorry, guys. Frank, thank you. One point you were making, or you were wrong on last night. You said blacks are a larger voting made than the Latinos. It's the opposite. Over 20% Hispanic, less than 13% black. Camden is Philly's cancerous touch on New Jersey. I didn't say voters. I said percentage of the population. Aren't blacks a higher population? Am I wrong on that?
Well, that might have shifted actually in the last decade or so. I don't know.
And real quick, Full Metal Joker, thank you so very much. Now that I'm thinking, maybe he's right.
Oh.
I could have swore blacks were the second biggest group, though.
Well, with the rate of abortion,
that's fair.
Eventually, the demographics are going to shift.
Full Metal Joker, thank you so very much. What we need is not state or federal government intervention. What we need is parents to do their damn jobs as parents. My dad made sure I knew and understood the core values of education, and he worked full-time overnight in a foundry. What's the excuse? All right, I'll tell you what the excuse is. When I went to school, Jack, we learned math. We learned to read. What they didn't do is take us in and give us seminars on how it's okay to be butt-fucked by your teacher while you're wearing a dress.
Yeah.
We weren't taught that the founding fathers were the worst pieces of shit that ever existed. And while I do agree that parents have a responsibility here, we have a public education system for a reason, and it should be educating our children. And instead, they are filling them full of commie nonsense propaganda. They're teaching them things that are ridiculous. They're teaching white kids that they're bad. That is actually taught in schools. You are inherently evil for just being born white. That's the Kendi experience, which a whole bunch of schools jumped on. Oh, Ibram X. Kendi. That almost sounds like Kennedy, and there's an X like Malcolm, so he must be smart. The guy's a fucking retarded racist.
We do need to
go ahead.
We do need to talk about him at some point because something big happened with him the other day.
Oh, with all the firings?
Yeah.
I saw that. But yeah, that they're not teaching in the schools is the biggest problem. And I had this argument with somebody on Twitter because they were like, "Oh, parents, yeah, parents have a responsibility, but what are you supposed to do when you're like, what'd you learn in school today?" And they're like, how to put a condom on my teacher.
My teacher told me not to tell you that I'm a new gender.
Yeah.
I'm a gender butterfly.
They're so worried about this fucking social indoctrination crap and not paying attention to things like math and science. And I love that she said history. What'd she say? Was it government and civics? Like, yeah, really. She was supposed to say civics and science, and she fucked up. Just saying.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can blame the parents as much. In the one argument that I was having, Jack, they kept coming back to disciplinary problems. But the teachers that we watched, they didn't say anything about discipline problems. They were just pointing out that the kids were stupid. You know, the teacher who couldn't pronounce the word fourth. Because apparently in his language, there's 2 F's in the fucking word. We have retards trying to teach our kids, and they're more interested in being the kid's friend than being their teacher. So I hear what you're saying about parents, but I think right now that's not the issue. You have tons of parents trying to get involved, Jack, and they get the feds called on them.
Yeah.
What's a parent to do then?
Get put on a no-fly list, apparently.
Yeah. Get arrested because your daughter got raped in the bathroom and they just moved the kid to another school so he could rape another girl. Oh, wait, that happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's get back to, was she burned? That's very distracting.
It's one of those skin diseases where you have like bleached skin.
Is it? Okay. It's
Yeah.
just very distracting. Don't they make like mascaras? Not mascara, blush or something that you could a cover up?
I think that would look worse because then there'd be this weird, with the cameras they got now, you're going to pick that up right away.
They make turtlenecks.
Yeah, but then she won't be able to show off her boobies.
You know what? No, that's not true. Because you could get that diamond cut that women like to get in their shirts. Like, oh no, I just think this is so cute. You're showing off your titties. Stop it. We all know.
Yeah, it's boob window.
It's a boob. Yes. All right. Anyway, I don't even remember what their question was. Let's jump back just a little bit and let Fat Man keep going.
In the United States.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Florida's new Black History curriculum says, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt.
Bullshit.
For the sentence of slaves.
Bullshit.
This is personal.
Bullshit. 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 Nobody was offended by that shit. And the curriculum that was put forth by the lefties said the same goddamn thing. Another lefty fucking talking point question, Jack.
Yep.
The black people, they're mad. This is Kyle. Thanks so much for that double feminist donation. Appreciate it, my friend. I saw a video of a teacher with a map out asking her high school class how many continents there are. Not only could the students not answer, the teacher said there are 5. Half to Jack. Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I mean, were they skipping Antarctica and Australia?
Yes, probably. That's usually how that plays out. Or they combine Asia and Europe.
Eurasia.
Yeah. No, I mean there are 5. They're just ignoring 2 other ones. So it's just a lie by omission.
It depends on how she asked the question, really.
Well, do you remember that kid that got in trouble for saying that Australia was a continent?
Yes.
And the teacher said it's a country and argued with him. That's the type of shit you're dealing with. A lot of really dumb people in education these days.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that, look it up. And if you're wondering what the debate is there, Australia is a country, but it's also the only country that is an entire continent. I mean, I guess technically New Zealand technically part of it?
I think it's on the same tectonic plate, but it's not a continent. Or
no, it would
part of a continent.
Yeah, it would be an island on the continent there. Anyhow, yeah, we have some really stupid teachers, guys. We've watched the videos here. How many of these have we watched where these teachers are just fucking retarded? But anyway, we got to get back to this lefty question on this GOP debate.
What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all,
I think that's Christie, but I can't. Maybe it's Pence yelling. They're yelling, "Take the line out." Why? It's true. I don't want to beat that dead horse again, Jack. But what did you guys think slaves were doing? Waving a magic fucking wand? They were working and picking up skills. You know what a lot of them did after they left the plantations?
They went into jobs.
They went to work on the plantations.
Yeah.
Doing the same shit they were doing, but getting paid for it now.
it's kind of insulting because what these people are saying is that black people can't learn.
Mhm.
And that's pretty fucking rude. And it's not true.
That or they think the shackles came off and suddenly they magically just knew things.
Yes, that they were kidnapping astronomers and scientists and engineers. And once they put the shackles on, all that information got stored away for generations. It was downloaded into the shackles and kept people from knowing it.
Yeah, Dangerous is right. He says no monk slave owners wanted slaves that couldn't do anything. They were known to go look for paraplegics and quadriplegics when they were picking out their slaves.
You mean discount shopping?
Yeah, like, give me that broken one over there. I just need something that looks good in the field.
I've got like $3. What can I get?
Fuck, man.
Jeez.
No, and nobody was offended by this. Stop it. Now, Ron fucks up there a little bit because it was a hoax in what they were trying to portray there. But the question that deserves a real answer. Like, stop being babies. None of you were offended by it. Stop lying.
Yeah.
Stop it. It's bullshit. Nobody was offended by that.
If they were, they're a big pussy and need to go sit at the children's table.
And remember that, again, this was in the curriculum that was offered by the lefties. Said almost word for word, Jack.
Yeah, well, it was also come up with by black researchers.
Yep.
So I don't understand the issue.
That's what's... Wait.
People are such crybabies these days.
Didn't the donation amount used to be under their name?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to super chats. I don't get them.
You know what's cool? They finally added a feature in the chat where you can break it down just by super chat.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in the drop-down menu.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Mighty Balzac, thank you so very, very much. Is there a swimsuit section in this contest? Oh, fuck. Thank God there's not. Christie's on stage.
Yeah. It'd be like that case here in Ohio where the guy was ruled to be too fat to see anything when he exposed himself.
Yes. It's a real case. A guy was charged with indecent exposure, and the judge ruled that it's not possible because he couldn't see his own dick or something like that.
Yeah, you couldn't see it under the folds of his belly.
Yeah, his gunt was it was a literal gunt guard. All right, here we go.
That was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars. So we need to
Yep.
stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6, 5, and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal.
You think his kids are going to go to public school?
Oh, fuck no.
I hate when politicians do this. Like, hey, my kids are school age. Yeah, they're not going to Jefferson High. Stop it. They're going to schools named after people I've never heard of.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But...
Oh, me too. But they always try to pull this, we're just like you bullshit. No, you're not. It's personal to me because my kids will have to be served by your kids at McDonald's.
And I don't want them to struggle to understand what the hell your kid said. Yeah, dummies.
It's just such a lame talking point.
School choice. We enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. We enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
And that, again, this is great, Jack. Everything you just said about the education in Florida is wonderful. And he's been doing a great job down there.
Oh, yeah.
The problem, once again, is when it comes to the federal side of it, you don't get that choice anymore, Ron. You're not going to be able to just outlaw CRT on the federal level. That's going to get shot down ridiculously quick. So again, this is the kind of thing where it's like, we'll work with the governors. We'll help them try to achieve what we did. We'll show them the plans we used.
new standards. What is your message for Governor DeSantis?
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken the one sentence out.
Oh, it must have been Scott yelling that. Nobody said it was a redeeming quality, shithead.
Yeah, that's totally disingenuous to say.
Why are there F's everywhere? Did we die?
I don't know.
Oh no, that's for Dumbledore. Yeah, the second Dumbledore died. Apparently, it's a dangerous job.
Maybe cursed. Start the rumor now. I started it.
Or
Harry Potter's cursed, just like Poltergeist.
Or it was played by very old men.
Yeah, well, he was 82. So.
Yeah, but yes, had to.
Old man dies.
I still prefer the original Dumbledore. He was more Dumbledore-ish if you read the books. But the second guy did a decent job.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah. Why is Tim Scott up here telling us lefty talking points?
I don't know. Why is all of this so much of this seeded crap from the commies?
You should have just taken that line out. Why? Were the guys who wrote it not black enough for you?
Yeah.
There's no redeeming qualities to slavery. Nobody fucking said there was. It's not like he was saying, hey, this taught job skills, so what we need to do is put the Negroes back in the field. Yeah, nobody said that, asshole.
Nobody said it was a jobs program.
Here, let me do MSNBC's job for them. You fucking prick.
Yeah, way to give your enemies all the ammo they need to take down your allies. These people spend way too much time attacking each other instead of trying to express how they're different.
And this is a dumb one. Why? Because you're the black guy on stage?
No, it's because they can't help themselves. They don't care about helping the people or advancing American interests. They care about their own personal power base because they're politicians.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And I was wrong on the percentages. Latinos do make up just a little bit more of the population. About 4%, I think it was. I just looked real quick. Try to correct myself when I'm wrong, and I do appreciate it. I think it was Frank who pointed that out. I appreciate it. So he just told it, just take that line out. You know, I'm sorry. This is why the Republicans lose. Right here. What he just did. Ron DeSantis has gone down there and he stood up to all this shit. He's taken all the negative press and he's gotten done what needs done. And this fucking people, you should have just taken it out.
Yeah, because capitulation and surrender are the true mottos of the GOP. They're fucking cowards.
Yes, they are.
And they will go along to get along because they're a bunch of pussies. They don't even know how to win anymore. Sad.
What fucking asshole said there were redeeming qualities to slavery? I haven't heard that. So anyhow, but apparently Tim did. Maybe he's the one they're talking about who was hurt. He pulled him aside before and like, hey, I'm kind of hurt by this. Could you ask DeSantis?
Yeah, this hurts my pee-pees.
America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on earth because we faced our demons in the mirror.
It's going to get me in trouble. Black people suffered under slavery. America didn't. America benefited from slavery. Everybody who's alive right now benefited greatly from slavery. This country would not have lasted without slavery. Not at the time. It's just true. It doesn't make it good. Sometimes bad things are done that are beneficial, Jack.
Yeah, well, they did take the Nazi scientists and turn it into NASA. So there are times when doing the wrong thing is sometimes beneficial.
Yeah, you can't sit here and tell me slaves built this country and then say nothing beneficial for the United States came from it. The United States absolutely benefited from slavery, and it's fucking horrible. It is.
Yeah.
But your little talking point here is just wrong. It was bad for black people, horrible for black people.
Yeah, nobody's saying anything other than that. I mean, yeah, but they did learn some job skills. I don't understand how people aren't grasping this, because to say they couldn't pick up on the skill of what they're doing and get better at it, you're basically saying black people are retards, and that's dumb.
Mhm.
Pretty
And made a
insulting.
No,
decision.
retards are invalids who just couldn't.
Yeah.
We got to leave open that possibility. Maybe Tim thinks they were going looking for the discount slaves.
I guess. It's pretty fucking gross, though.
You got a blind deaf one, maybe? I'm looking for one to make ghost noises around the house.
Preferably about 80 years old.
Anyway, I need a Helen Keller is what I need.
Oh my God, why?
Because that's what the slave owners were looking for.
Helen Keller was such a bitch.
Well, wouldn't you be? Life kind of shit on her.
Yeah, that's no excuse.
I kind of give her a pass.
Nope, fuck that bitch.
Her favorite mouthwash was Jergens lotion, man.
Her favorite mouthwash was.
Oh, that was her dog's name. You know that joke, right? Why did Helen Keller's dog kill itself?
Yeah.
You would too if your name was. One of my favorite jokes. It's so horrible. All right, let's get back to Timmy. Speaking of jokes, you know, he's much more articulate this time because he's not high.
Yeah.
But he's a lot dumber. He actually gave better answers when he was in that let's call it an altered state.
Yeah. My fugue state was best state. Jeez.
He's just out there like, I really, really like Doritos. Like, yes, Doritos, let's go.
I could rally behind that, but man, I tell you, he's a fucking rhino.
Yeah.
Often we think that all the issues, you talked about crime and education and healthcare, we always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge though.
Did he say crime went back to slavery?
Yes. Yes, he did.
And he said that's what we always think?
Well, if you're a lefty, you do. I don't hear Republicans saying that very much. They usually preach personal responsibility. Unless, of course, you're like a racist.
I have never sat around thinking the reason for the crime in the United States is slavery. That thought has never entered my mind once.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought that.
The fuck is he talking about? Maybe he was high. He's just hiding it better. He got a little Visine.
Oh, maybe he has reverse effect. You know, like
Ooh.
Adderall usually would make people hyper and super alert.
Yes.
But in kids with ADHD, it does the opposite, depresses them. So maybe he's like smoked a bunch of weed and now he's all normal.
Families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail. And you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore
that part he's not wrong about.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
100% true there.
hope, you've got to restore the family, restore capitalism, and put Americans back at work together as one American family.
Do they have to fit every talking point into every answer?
Yes, apparently so.
All right.
Real quickly. Thank you, Frank. How did Helen Keller's parents punish her? Left the plunger on the toilet.
That is another of my favorite ones, yes.
Oh, that's horrible. Thank you, Frank.
There's several versions of that joke. There's also rearranged her furniture, which is a fun one if you just close your eyes and picture it.
Yeah, that's actually like on a psychological level very horrifying.
That's fucked up. Yeah, to do a blind deaf chick.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, speaking of blind and deaf, back to Timmy here.
Our nation continues.
Like those segues I've been doing?
Yeah, you're doing quite well on those.
Pretty nice, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's almost like I do this for a living.
I know it's something you should look into doing.
Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we're brought to you by you. Hit that like button, hit the share button. Please share this with your friends, your family, that bitch you hate. And remember, you can pick up the nice Munko lantern in my Teespring store. Get yourself a nice Not Jack shirt down there. And you know what? Buy several of those because chances are most of the people you know are not named Jack.
That's true. That's a fact. That's science.
Or you could toss a tip in the hat. The link is in your chat, both on Rumble and on YouTube. We can't pin it on Rumble yet, unfortunately, but it is going through there. Thanks to Rebel. Appreciate that. And it's also in the description, so you can do it that way too. All right, Jack. I think he's almost done with this rambling answer about slave stuff. I don't know. Slaves cause crime. What the fuck are you talking about, Tim?
Brent pointed out that he said they survived literacy tests.
He did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, I was just willing to look the other way on that, but once you pointed it out, I had to read that.
I know what he meant.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not a good sound. Anyhow,
I survived story problems, so I get it.
Fair.
To go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth. And frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader. And I'm asking for your vote.
You don't have to say, excuse me, sorry about that, guys. You don't have to say I'm asking for your vote during each fucking that's what you do at the closing argument or in a stump speech.
I don't know, because they do so much of these where they're obviously just going to clip it and put it in an ad.
I guess.
And hear him doing that all the time during this 2-hour thing, it becomes like a subconscious, supplanted memory that it's like post-hypnotic suggestion kind of thing. Like,
it's just annoying.
I agree, but all these things are designed to be like clippable for Twitter.
Question for you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Over 10.7 million students in over 18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
I don't know if that would be legal. This is one of those arguments that a lot of people aren't going to like, but it's another one that's not a federal issue, Jack. It's got to be handled on the state. And maybe you can make the argument that the states aren't taking care of the kids, so we'll put in laws that say if you're not taking care of the kids, we'll do it. I'm my reading of the Constitution, I don't think they have the power to do it. Not at the federal level.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you interpret that. You know, because I'm sure there's a legal argument for it, but I'm not a constitutional scholar.
The only place where I could see it is the general welfare clause. Maybe you could sneak it in there. This is bad for our children. So, but that's not what the general welfare clause is about.
Well, hey, look what they've done to the commerce clause, dude.
Those two clauses are probably the most abused in the 8 things laid out that Congress is allowed to do.
Yeah.
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder.
Wrong.
It doesn't exist in children.
The trans issue in children is not a mental health issue. It's a propaganda issue.
Yeah.
Transgender, actual gender dysphoria is a mental health issue. 100% it is. But that's not what we're seeing. We're even seeing trans people say, hey, I don't have to be dysphoric to be trans. I don't think you know what it means then. Sometimes I feel like I'm not. Sometimes I don't. Well, okay, that's crazy. But the reality is they're doing this for social credit.
Oh, so how dare you?
I know, right? It's not a mental health issue. And if you want to talk about the mental health part of that, a lot of the people who are grabbing onto this shit who aren't actually dysphoric do have a lot of other mental health problems.
Yeah, like narcissism.
Depression is one of the biggest ones we've seen.
Yeah, some of them are on the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. And they're just like, put a dress on it. That'll fix it. But it does need to be clear where the line is of mental health and just this shit being pushed on kids constantly.
Yeah. Especially by
You know,
teachers.
when you and I were kids, Jack, there was a big push not to give in to peer pressure. Do they still do that shit?
No, now it's give all the way into peer pressure.
Back then, they were trying to keep us from doing drugs too. So,
yeah. Now they're like, here's some drugs, kids.
Yeah, like, I'll put that pot down. That ain't shit. Here, have this pill. You will feel wonderful.
And it's legal.
You'll be a fucking drooling vegetable, but you will not interrupt your teacher when she's talking.
Yeah, wait till lobotomies make a comeback.
I mean, we have medical lobotomies these days, basically, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I had to stop there, and I said that on Twitter too, because that part just pissed me off. No, you're close. You're so close. But this has nothing to do with actual mental health. It's mostly just a social contagion.
We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met two young women early in this campaign.
On parental rights in school.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what the hypocrisy of this is? Even New Hampshire failed.
I just got to give him credit there, because even though he's going into a stump speech, he did stop and actually answer the question.
Yeah.
On the question of parental rights. They have a right to know. Now leave me alone, bitch. I'm trying to get back to my answer. I love how he did it too. He holds up his finger and answers it real quick and then goes right back into it.
Parents have the right to know. Now I still have a minute and a half. Shut up, bitch.
It's my time.
Actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide.
Yeah, that's one of the things they push. We're like, your kid's going to kill themselves. We're not going to tell you that's a possibility, though. What the fuck are y'all doing? Did you see that?
Joined the 41% club.
Right. Did you see that one protest thing the other day where some jackass is holding up a sign saying they're not your kids, and it was aimed at parents?
Yeah.
Not at the schools. Not saying, hey, they're not your kids. At parents, like, hey, those are not your kids.
They're
now,
everyone's.
Except in the case of the Krasensteins, that's not true for most people. That actually is their kids.
Yeah.
Brian's raising Ed's kids right now, but
well, somebody had to do it. He wasn't going to step up.
All right.
Like, I touched an icky vagina.
No, it was more like his wife was like, "Oh, I want the cute one." I'll just say it was an accident. I thought it was
skinnier. I couldn't tell them apart.
I'm sorry. It is not compassionate to affirm a kid's confusion. That is not compassion. That is cruelty. I
said this during the last debate a lot more than I have this night, but I could hug him for that. It is not compassion to affirm their delusion. It's cruelty. 100%.
Yeah, you're just confusing. Especially when these are prepubescent children more often than not.
Well, it's like Billboard. It's Billboard Chris, right?
Mm-hmm.
Billboard Chris, one of his talking points is it's really fucked up to tell children you were born in the wrong body. You're broken as shit, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Look how fucked up you are. Now, I say it a little bit more directly than he does because he seems like a nice gentleman who is calm, a lot calmer than I am.
He's got the Jesus, that's why.
Where I'm like, no, it's fucking stupid. He's like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, you have a lot of hate in your heart.
I do, because stupid pisses me off.
I know, and it's not going anywhere. It's just getting worse.
But that was such a good line, and I'm gonna spoil part of the end of this, and by that I just mean who I think did well. We're about to see what I'm talking about, and I think it's coming up in the next 15 minutes or so. Vivek does a decent job tonight, but he's still a loser in this debate just because everybody came after him. And there's a lot of parts where he can't get a word in because there's literally 3 people yelling at him.
Yeah, and he comes off a little too prepared. Like it's because he keeps going into these stump speeches, and that's not helping.
There was a part, and I put this on Twitter. I'm like, if this man would just turn to Nikki Haley and say, "Look, bitch," I would vote for him.
Yeah,
I would even write him in the final my actual presidential campaign or ballot. Vivek Ramaswamy, if he would just turn to her and go, look, bitch, I'm going to need you to shut up for just a minute. Just a minute. Shut up.
Just wait your turn. Jeez, woman.
2 young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric.
He's really good with the words here.
Yeah, barbaric is a good word to use.
Perfect word to use right there.
I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely
would you try
the right.
to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right?
That's Congress's job.
States absolutely.
Yeah, he'd have to sign it, but he can't pass a bill, sweetheart.
Yeah, you'd think she'd know that, being the press secretary for a president.
Nah, bro. It was Bush, right?
Yeah, George W.
Yeah, you know, Patriot Act. You don't always have to go through Congress.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
To follow that through,
we call it the Poontang Act.
Because you in your state, you do not have a law that says parents can't be notified, but you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say
He's
something.
right.
Because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or healthcare or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience.
Once again, we see the flaw in the debate style here. Because he's asked, would you pass a law to notify parents? And he's answering something from 30 minutes ago because they don't let Dougie talk.
Yeah. And I think that's by design. They're just there to make it. He's only there for the moderators to ignore him and give the impression that he's irrelevant.
Well, in fairness also, I mean, this has happened with Nikki Haley's done it several times. We saw Pence do it. I think the only one we haven't seen do that is Chris Christie. Because they should all be getting asked the question.
Yeah.
So he has to go into this other part that has nothing to do with the fucking question. And so an answer that should be 2 or 3 seconds long, yeah, I would do that, or no, I wouldn't do that. He says it's a state's issue. And then, okay, that's the end of that was the question. Shut up.
No.
That's why they don't let you talk, Dougie.
That's why you're in timeout, Doug.
As a business leader, then I think this whole group combined, I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning.
Bro, you're from South Dakota. Now, look, I'd have to look it up, but I dare say that DeSantis has created more jobs in Florida than he has in South fucking Dakota. There's like 6 people in the whole state.
Yeah, I mean, really, what is in South Dakota?
South Dakota is where the people who aren't quite ready to try to take over the country go to live before they go to Idaho.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a stop on the way.
It's the starter militias.
They only have their patch only has 1 S instead of 2.
Oh, well,
yeah.
You know, it's expensive to get those other ones.
So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council.
Wrong answer right there. Instead of fighting with the teachers union, lost. Sorry.
Yeah.
You are disqualified, sir.
The answer should be we will break the back of the teachers unions.
Yep.
And their gender non-conforming spines.
Yes.
And the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned about, worried about parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education that needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states. Do what we did in North Dakota. Instead of like, oh, here's a choice school and here's an old school, the old way with the teachers union, the kids are trapped. We made every school in North Dakota an innovation school. Every school got out from under the red tape and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts. They can get credit for all.
How many in chat know what the FFA is?
Not Future Farmers of America.
Don't tell them.
Nope, I'm helping.
And by the way, North Dakota is now at the top of the median SAT scores in the country right now.
The top of the median SAT scores. Is that even a meaningful statement?
Actually, yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's where you want to be, is at the top of the median.
All right.
The Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ plus people is on the rise and intensifying.
That's a lie. That's a straight up lie. Well, okay. It's going up, Jack. But you also have to realize they've taken the number of trans people from 0.03 to 20%.
Yeah.
And in that, the last I saw, the rate of trans people who were murdered was 87 people.
No, it's gone up. When you have numbers that low, even one additional one adds a big percentage.
Except when you compare it versus the population of that group. When the population of that group goes up more than 20 times,
oh no,
the
murder
murder rate going up 4 or 5 people, it doesn't even come close. The percentage is way fucking down.
You're doing this all wrong. You take one thing that benefits your side and only look at that. Just
Fair,
like the unemployment numbers.
But here we go. We got another fucking lefty talking point. Oh, the trans and the LGBTs, and they're all being there's none left. They're an extinct species.
According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes.
Based on what?
Surprising people with wieners? I don't know.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics. I said it yesterday, and I'll probably say it again later.
As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks and discrimination?
Well, as president of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American.
It's just so boring. Fuck.
How is one person supposed to do that? Like, is he going to put on his Superman cape and go be super boring?
You throw on his underoos and go to work. Oh, and this is another one state issue. And don't forget, most of these people are killed by people like them. Most gay people are killed by gay people. Most trans people are killed by trans people. Most black people are killed by black. It's almost like people are killed by people who know them.
Yeah, it's almost like there's some sort of pattern there.
Like maybe they're close enough to each other to do it.
Yeah, like the people you hang around with, your own group. It's true for white people, black people, gay people, straight people. Seems to be across the board.
If I remember correctly, the only group that's not true for is Native Americans. And by Native Americans, I mean the brown people we call Native Americans, and not all people born in America, because they are Native Americans too.
The West Indies.
The feathers. Put it that way.
From every background.
Every background.
And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked of Bert.
It's not your question, homie. See, this is some bullshit. They could have got so many more questions in here. But no, you just answered the question that was asked. It's time to move on.
Yeah. Stop with the stump speeches, you guys. Jeez.
Yeah. If you're gonna do this format, hold that format. Why are you letting these guys just keep talking about shit that has nothing to do with the question?
So why do they keep asking them a bunch of pseudo-communist questions?
Well, because it's Fox News, man. They're conservative.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years. And so full disclosure.
Does your wife know?
That's joke number 4 that fell flat.
At least I heard a few giggles from the audience on that one.
Look, educate.
He'd been thinking about that. He thought that was the funniest joke ever.
Oh yeah, this dude has got to be one of the most boring people on the planet. How much you would have bet that if you actually got him to laugh, it would be at like some dad joke from like 1950?
He doesn't even laugh. He just does that little goofy thing he just did right there. Where he's like, what the fuck was that, dude?
Well, it's a short circuit in his linguistic programming.
It's what it says or sounds like. Absolutely. Anyway,
Yeah,
so we're up
Dr.
to 4
Zoom
failed.
hasn't mastered the emotion chip yet.
Yes, exactly. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. We're up to 4 failed jokes now. He's on a roll. I think he should take his show on the road.
I agree. Him and Carrot Top can hang out together. If he delivered like Dane Cook, maybe he'd have a bigger audience.
Say he should go out on the road with Dane Cook and maybe he can sleep with another teacher.
Yeah. Or a student.
State of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country.
So?
And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it.
Good.
And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents. I weighed in with a.
He weighed in.
I went on TV and said something. Good
By
for
the way,
you.
Tim Scott gives the dumbest answer of this whole thing, and I'm waiting for it. But this is probably the second dumbest.
Yeah, this is pretty dumb.
I weighed in. Check my slabs. Oh shit! I still have not opened up the least professional monkey on the internet.
We're really bad at our jobs.
Fuck! I didn't open that, and then I didn't open it again. I am so sorry. Hey, donate to me so I can fucking ignore you. I'm so sorry. Jesus, Jack.
Who the hell is he? Mike Pence?
Yeah, it's Pence.
Yeah. Who's Tim Scott? He was a senator from. Oh, he is a senator from what state?
South Carolina.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, him and Nikki Haley are from the same area. Thank you, Travis Gardner. It's Sam the Eagle.
Nice.
Yes.
Joe Biden, thank you so very much. Who says, "Will I get milk up my nose if I sniff the boob window?" Depends on where it's placed. There's no glass in there. No glass in there. Be careful, sir. Doug Resurrect, thank you so much for coming through that feminist $12.
Woo.
I may be in the minority opinion here, but I don't want any political side using my sexuality as a shield or weapon. Treat me as an American. How dare you, sir?
Excuse me, but we are all identity groups now because that's what the communists want. So Fox News has to adapt.
And Mike Pence.
Otherwise, I agree with you, but unfortunately, they've all
disagree.
ceded this point.
I disagree. I think the world needs Mike Pence running around in his underoos saving gay people.
I'd pay money to watch that.
Me too. And he could make a film called An Inconvenient Truth, but that's where he falls in love with this chick and reaches down her pants. Like, oh, that's an inconvenient truth right there.
Inconvenient underoos. Yeah, I don't know. Mike Pence running around in his underwear with a cape on, saving people, like flamingly gay people. I'd watch that. That would be hilarious.
The problem would he'd be running around with a taser trying to convert him.
Yeah, ride the lightning, Pence. But it would have to be filmed found footage style.
Yes.
And he thinks he's like being all sneaky about changing it. People are like, is that Mike Pence? Why is he taking his clothes off? Oh my God, it's Super Pence.
I'm listening to your story and I completely lost my thought.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was good.
Kind of rambling there for a minute. I have these blackouts where I just say shit.
Look, I don't even remember the first hour of the show, so it's cool. It's all good, man. I'm tired.
I know.
And this motherfucker is talking too long for me to be this tired. Little fun sponge.
That's not bad policy. That's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country.
They could probably get away with that. And you actually probably don't even need to do it that way. You could just go through the FDA and have it declared not medically necessary. And if anybody's caught doing this shit, we're going to pull licenses.
Yeah. Have them charged for assault.
Yeah.
No, I want to cut that where he says that's crazy, because that's the most emotive thing he said. And I want to put that at the end of every UFO video on the internet. That's crazy.
You should do that. Do it, and you could get a lot of shorts out that way.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
I have some good ideas. They're just funny to me and nobody else, apparently. Although I still really think my Ralph Mail man purse theory is accurate.
It probably is. This motherfucker's still talking. I don't want to hit play.
I know.
Protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. You empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Why did they let that boring motherfucker keep going?
Well, he gets 2 minutes. It just feels like 10.
There was a ding ding. I clearly heard a ding ding. Which I think they settled on because they knew Pence was going to be talking, and it's like a little alarm clock for people at home. Oh, he's done.
Yeah, they would have to. They'd have to make the bell a little louder, I think.
Subjects.
Can I just say one thing?
China is China.
Can I just say one thing? No, shut up.
You're not allowed to say things in this debate.
Yeah.
Everybody, we lose time. China
He just said that, and I broke it up. He goes, when you talk over everybody, we lose time. These are people auditioning to be our president. How dare you? We look, man, we got a strict time limit here, okay? If this goes 2 hours and 10 minutes, remember there are commercials in that 2 hour time thing. 2 hours and 10 minutes, oh, it's just going to throw everything out of whack. There are far more important things than who's going to be the next fucking president.
Yeah, well, Simon Cowell there is going to hit his button at some point and just veto somebody. Oh, wait, that was a different show.
Kind of does have that feel to it, doesn't it?
It has that feel absolutely to it. And it has that look, too.
Investing heavily in their tech companies. $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development.
They steal from us.
Yeah.
That is one CHIPS Act per year. Governor DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our societies develop.
What? China makes semiconductors. If you go after Google, will that help China?
What does Google have to do with semiconductors? They don't make those, do they?
I don't fucking know.
That was a bizarre segue.
There've been several of those during this debate.
Yeah, this is such a fucking mess.
It's like, Mr. DeSantis, Vladimir Putin is over there in Russia right now. Why do you hate women? I mean, I guess I can't blame them too much for not answering the question when the question has nothing to do with the lead up to it.
Hammond Bean said that question was so stupid it woke me up.
They have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech.
Yep.
We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now they're monopolies. But this issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of.
Did you see the article today? The rise of communist China as a pejorative.
I saw the headline and I did bookmark the page, but I didn't read it yet.
It's really stupid. It's as dumb as you might think.
Of course it is. Looking ridiculous.
He points out in the article, that the Republicans have been talking about the Republicans. I should probably enunciate my words. Have been, saying China's an issue for long before COVID, and then still kind of tried to make it about COVID and Trump saying China.
So it always comes back to Trump with them, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That dude broke their brains.
Yeah, and it's an ongoing process.
To the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile.
How much profit did Google make last year?
It was probably quite a bit.
A lot of these tech companies are making plenty of money. They just make more money by working with China because it can be done cheap over there.
Yeah. If you disincentivize that, it would probably dry up.
Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat him on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as president of the United States.
Fair enough.
Governor Christie,
I don't remember if that answers the question or not because the question was dumb as shit.
Yeah, well.
Back to Mr. Potato.
Because 22% of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot. And you said in the past that the free market is the way to go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Why would that
what I think
it's not the president's fucking job to retrain people.
No, man. We got to retrain everybody for stuff because robots.
Look, robots are going to replace a lot of low-skill jobs. Maybe you should, learn some skills at your low-skill job while you're there, like how to repair those machines.
Yeah, learning robotics wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, learn how to do other things. Have more than one skill set. Make yourself marketable. That's just common sense.
So sorry, I'm yawning over here. Yeah, learn a trade. There's many of those. You can get machinery to help you, but you're not going to have, AI come in and do the plumbing for you. AI, they're not going to have robots laying tile.
Yeah, not a lot of HVAC repair robots out there. This just enrages me that you should not expect the government to come in and bail you out. You should assume that you're on your own. And if you think your job's going to be replaced by automation, McDonald's workers, maybe it's time to think of something else to do.
Rebel, yes, says 50 watching over there on Rumble, only 5 likes. Hit the like button, hit that thumbs up, hit it now.
Caress it like it's going to pleasure you later.
Beat it like you do your wiener. All right, let's go.
Artificial intelligence.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. How do we disincentivize companies to work with China? If they do business with China, they're subject to strict security standards and/or additional taxes and fees? ? Yeah, you could do that. Say, you're on maybe tariffs, taxes. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to do that. Maybe say, okay, well, you can't work with anything. Like you're not allowed to produce anything that's a national security risk.
I mean, the simple answer is you have to convince companies that it's in their best interest to buy from here. That as silly as it may sound, the Made in America thing, actually keep pushing that. They just kind of dropped it, and every so often Biden will say it.
Yeah.
And look, this was assembled in America. Yeah, with parts you got from China. Fuck nut.
Yeah. Well, we really need to point out more and more that China is our enemies.
Yeah.
And they are waging an economic war on us. And probably a cyber war, too.
Trump stood up to him, and everybody's like, oh, my God, he's going to cause a trade war. It's going to be World War III because they're all hyperventilating bitches who refuse to acknowledge that America has power still, which we absolutely do.
Yeah. Yeah, but nobody wants to flex that power because everybody is resentful of the fact that we have it. And we're surrounded by a bunch of meandering crybabies who are sitting around trying to deconstruct our country and punish it for its success. It's sickening.
Is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now, and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown
Shut up, fat man. Jamie Jam, I think they said that in chat, said I've been unemployed for the past 8 months. I've applied every day to finally get a job this week. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, man. Congratulations.
No one helped me, especially the government. Yeah, Ronald Reagan said it best. From the government, I'm here to help.
Yeah, the most terrifying words you could hear.
Duck and cover if you hear that shit.
Yeah, because they're going to fuck everything up. Oh, I'm glad you got a job, though, dude.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities for folks. Yes, we have to do retraining for folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it.
The county
yes,
college?
I would be in favor of that.
Did he mean community college?
I think so.
All right.
But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to continue to stand strong in the world, pro-innovation, pro-progress. And I will tell you this, as President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
What I just heard him describe was the plot of Breaking Bad, where they make the better meth than anybody else had ever made.
Yeah.
That's innovation.
One of the things that would help with innovation is to lower the corporate tax rate.
Get the fucking regulations off their backs.
Yeah. There's way too many regulations that are just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And there's way too much tax that you don't have to pay in other countries. So what's the incentive to do any of that here?
I keep accidentally clicking because I'm not trying to cut you off if that happens. My finger's just twitching. So I apologize. Got to keep it up and off.
Ticks don't like you.
Oh, shit. Wait, we got to get this whole one in here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. This was depressing, Jack.
And bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Clappity clap clap.
Mr. Ramaswamy, TikTok is banned on government-issued devices because of its ties to the Chinese government. Yet you joined TikTok after dinner with boxer and influencer Jake Paul.
Jake Paul is now an official part of presidential history. They asked him about Jake Paul.
Why?
Oh, he gets to it. He gets to it here in a second. Remember, TikTok bad, China made, which, I mean, I kind of agree with.
Yeah.
If you're going to use TikTok, be as careful as you can because they are monitoring your shit. I promise you.
Yeah. And why would you have that on your government device? Why do you have that kind of free time to play with TikTok on your government phone?
No, it's TikTok. TikTok
on the clock.
I kind of like this freeze frame here. He looks so smug.
Yeah, it looks like he just farted and Chris Christie got blamed for it. And he's like, yes.
Well, that doesn't mean Chris didn't do it at the same time. He's probably constantly letting out air. I'm just saying.
Should the commander-in-chief be so easily persuaded by...
Jake Paul convinced you to get on TikTok. Should you be easily swayed like that? Look, you don't have to like it, but if you're running for president, probably not a bad idea. Not on any official government device. but they have a burner phone set up for TikTok.
Yeah, you want to reach as big of an audience as possible because you're selling yourself.
Yeah.
You're applying for a job. You want to look, you want everybody to see what you're selling.
And my respect for Barney goes down.
Influencer.
So the answer is I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into
all right, that's fine. Answered everything. No, the problem with them where you'd be really, really radical is do what Trump did and actually do what you say. Because that's where Republicans have held, let's see, after, the 92 takeover, which was the first time in 48 years that they held both chambers of the House. Them and the Democrats have flip-flopped back and forth with the House and the Senate. So it's not like they haven't had any power since then. When Donald Trump comes into power, they have the Senate and the House. That was only 7 years ago, Jack.
Yeah.
And the problem is Congress did not do their part of the job other than the tax bill. They're like, oh, yeah, we'll cut taxes. That'll get us elected. That'll get us reelected. But none of the other shit. They didn't give him his wall funding. They didn't get rid of Obamacare, where for 6 goddamn years, they're like, we're going to repeal and replace. We have a plan ready to go. And Trump was like, let's do that shit. And they're like, oh, we didn't think you would take us seriously.
We don't actually do things here.
The problem is not with them not getting elected. It's when they get elected, they don't do what they were put in office to do.
Yeah, they don't like actually doing stuff and being held accountable.
Is this going to get me bad breath?
Will I get uninvited from a cocktail party?
Can I go to the correspondence dinner, please?
Ugh.
Bunch of goddamn pussies.
Mindless douchebags. They're cowards. The GOP is full of cowards.
Look, it's a good talking point. I believe we should win. That's actually a good talking point.
That's sadly an accurate one when it comes to the GOP.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, you do got to go out there. Excuse me. Not just in presidential elections, guys. Everything needs to be going towards the young folks. You need to be talking to them and discussing things with them. Be like, hey, you guys are screwed up. And you can't do that from Facebook because only people my age are over there.
Yeah, it's mostly older demographic. You got to go where the young voters are. And like it or not, they are the future. So the sooner you convert them over to your cause, the better.
Yeah, because the Democrats are kicking your asses there because you basically just ceded it to them. Yeah, take it. Well, all right, anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt him there, but yeah, this idea that Republicans just can't win is bullshit. They have repeatedly. They had both chambers of the Congress in 2016. Well, 2017 is when they get sworn in, and they get a president sworn in on January 20th, 2016. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. My thumb fits in my butt.
We call it checking my oil.
Want to smell it?
It smells like poopy.
And very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media. We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China, which I favor, if we actually win. So while the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, there's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry.
With a fucking ridiculous haircut, homie.
That pompadour is what keeps his power in check.
It's only on one side of his head. It bothers me so much.
Maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you.
And that's true. And this was a part. I'm going to back it up here. Do you see what he's doing there? He's doing a little bit of self-deprecation. Like I come off as smug, a little bit like a know-it-all. I'm the new guy.
Because I'm super smart.
And, yeah, I'm not quite sure how it plays. So I'm going to shut the hell up for this part. And afterwards, guys, I'm going to stop it. And I want you to tell me, you can do it during it while he's doing it. Does it come off as endearing? Does it come off as trying too hard, or some middle ground? So, okay, we'll just say okay for one, no, no for two, and I don't really care for three. Yes for one, two for no, and three for shut up and play the fucking video.
3-1. There's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great.
Okay, we'll get to Pence's trying to interrupt there in a minute. I mean, how did you guys feel about that? Was it, yeah, that was okay? No, that came off a little bit too try hard, or Most people seem to be like, I mean, I see what he was doing there, and self-deprecation is a wonderful thing, and candidates need far more of it in the Republican Party. Take some shots at yourself. It's endearing to people.
Yeah, it's like owning up to your mistakes, you know. People.
Yeah, but he's given this answer, and Pence is down there going, TikTok's owned by China. That was part of the question, dumbass. And he addressed it. Yes, it's owned by China, but you know where the young folks are? So what are you going to do? Just ignore it? Just give that 3-1 to the Democrats and be like, fuck it, there's nothing we can do, man. That's owned by China.
Well, you see, Pence has a plan for that. What he's going to do is set up a long fence, electrify it, and then call it a de-TikToking. It'll be a conversion of TikTok.
All right, here goes some yelling back and forth.
Americans and that is why we will end it once we win this election.
I have to jump. I have to jump in here. I'm sorry. There's one person on this.
This is infuriating, because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
Whose fault is that?
Nikki, if you get any dumber, you're going to start drooling.
Look, one of the most dangerous apps? No, I mean, you can sit there and watch kitten videos on TikTok all day, and you're not going to be like a Manchurian candidate by the end. That's Look, talking point nonsense.
Here's the truth, man. Unless you're using your credit card through your phone, chances are you don't have anything the Chinese really give a shit about. There's a good reason to be like, no, not on government issued phones.
Yeah.
And maybe for like, not say you can't do it, but tell Congress, be like, you probably shouldn't do that on your main phone, because that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for Frank sitting in his basement going, did he watch kitty videos today?
Yeah, well, everybody likes kitty cat videos, but they're looking for like geolocation, who you're following, who, you know, they're trying to establish patterns.
Sure.
And that's why you don't want government officials having that. But the GOP needs to be on there because they need to influence young people. Look at that retard that we make fun of all the time with the big chin, that Harry
Sisson.
Yeah, Sisyphus. That dude has a lot of influence with young people because he's one of them. He's talking to them, and he's saying things that there's no counter to. There's nobody on TikTok saying he's a complete fucking idiot.
No, and all of you Republicans up here who come out like, fuck the TikTok, nobody's ever used the TikTok. I don't necessarily disagree. You should find a better social media, but the thing is, that's what the kids are using, and you just made them all go, what a fucking boomer.
Yeah. You come off as like out of touch and like, oh, that thing's evil. You know what that did for Dungeons and Dragons sales? made it skyrocket. So you don't demonize it. What you do, if you really want to destroy TikTok, you get a bunch of 80-year-olds on there.
Hell yeah. And not fun ones either.
No. You get ones that are really boring and tell rambly stories that go nowhere. Sort of like I do, but less awesome.
Because I can't believe they hear you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150
See, this is the point where I typed, if he would just say, look, bitch, I'd vote for him. I swear to God, I would.
Yeah.
What she just did was fucking highly unprofessional. You want to take a shot at somebody, you don't just flat call them stupid. I get dumber every time I hear you talk. Tiny girl brain.
Yeah, shut up, menopause. Nobody listens to you anymore.
Be careful. She's going to call your manager.
Okay, she's going to call you.
This is Karen. This is Karen Haley here.
Yeah. That's it.
Wait.
She's even got the finger up. Like, you just wait a minute, mister.
No, you ain't seen it yet. Wait for this shit.
Million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can
Let me just say,
only if that's already on your phone, silly.
Yeah, it's what burner accounts are for. Get a $10 phone, one of those like a little $50 smartphones you can get at Walmart. Get one of those and use it.
Messages, they can get all of
this
these
is important.
things.
This is
China
very important
knows
for our party.
exactly what they're
This
doing.
is very important
and
for
what
our party,
we've
and I'm
seen
going to
is
say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You now want.
They're gonna bang.
We were talking about TikTok, and now she's on medicines.
I think she's supposed to be on an anti-China rant, but it just comes off as like random harpy noises.
And he's the dumb one.
Wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us.
These kids, he specifically said, and he said it twice in this debate already. He said it yesterday, and we just saw him say it again, that he doesn't think anybody under the age of 16 should be on any social media.
Yeah, I actually agree with him on that.
Yeah. But you want these kids on there, and their credit card information is going to get took. They're kids, dummy. Your friends' kids probably have credit cards because you hang out with rich people. Most kids don't. Anyway, sorry.
When you were in business with
I
the
love
Chinese
people.
that gave Hunter Biden $5 million, we can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok and
I think that this is very important.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
Did you see her just roll her eyes? I don't know how well that came out. But the bitch actually rolls her eyes because he gets to answer back. She's a strong, independent woman. She didn't come off as strong in this debate. She came off as bitchy.
Yeah, but she kind of came off like that in the last one, too.
She only really did it, I think, twice. Once to Ramaswamy and once to Christie. In the last one. She's done it constantly on this one.
Do you think if her and Tulsi Gabbard scissored, the universe would explode?
Probably. And that's what she's going for here. She wants to be Tulsi Gabbard, and she's going to knock him out of the race. Tulsi did it by pointing at Kamala's record. She didn't call her stupid or start talking about shit that was irrelevant to the conversation. She just laid out her record. And she wasn't rude about it. She didn't scream about it. She just, hey, this is what you did. This is what I was telling you yesterday, Jack, where they took the lesson that the press told them. Hey, attack Ramaswamy and we will put you in the headlines. And she got a lot of clout for being the strong bitch who stood up to that pompadour having motherfucker. No, she didn't. She's just stupid.
She gets a lot of friendly airtime on Fox, her and Chris Christie both. So I'm sure she feels safe enough to do that on here. It's a friendly environment for her.
I think, excuse me. You have 15 seconds, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Commandment in his honor. And the answer is...
Hey, I don't think we should be throwing insults. Fuck you. For fuck's sake. Good look, Christy.
That is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage. They disagree, but let's have a legitimate disagreement. That's what I would say.
I think this actually makes him look good because they're all screaming like lunatics. Well, he's like, we should just not attack each other while they're coming right at him.
Yeah.
Can we get back to the question?
No, we cannot. Governor DeSantis, I'm going straight.
Can we get back to the question? No. Dougie, look. I appreciate you, Dougie, but shut up. Nobody cares. Literally, his own mother could be watching this and going like, Doug, shut up. I get it. He's trying to get his time because he got screwed last time. I think he had the lowest amount. I think even Hutchinson had more than him, if I remember correctly.
That's not surprising.
The stage.
Oh, hold on. I got a dono coming through. Just the tip here, Jack. Just the tip. I like just the tip. Okay, I like the messages that come with it too. I guess that would be the shaft.
Yeah.
Which means now it's time for me to work the shaft. That's depressing.
It's a weird euphemism for money, but
is it?
No, not really.
Cigar chopping penguin, thank you so very much, my friend. Some of my favorite TikTok short creators are Villain Support, Eli Yoder, and No Panic Button, Calm Down, Nerdy Comedy Skits, a former Amish telling about his life, and Blacksmith Humor, respectively. These apps are what you make of them. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. You know, anytime I've been anywhere where it's like, oh, there was a data breach, I'm like, look at my shit. I'm a broke white guy from Michigan.
Yeah. What are you going to steal my debt?
I don't even have dick pics, so it's not like you can even blackmail me that way. All right. And for most people, that's how it should be because you're not that important.
Yeah.
And this is also why I don't put identifying information unless I absolutely have to anywhere.
Yeah. If somebody tried to blackmail me with like nudes or something, I'd be like, go ahead and release them. Nobody gives a shit about me.
Yeah.
And sure. I don't have any money, so I'm not paying you.
We will have to cut your mic, and I don't want to do that.
She went all mom on his ass.
Yeah.
We're going to have to cut your mic, and I don't want to do that.
But you
cut his mic. Cut my mic, baby. Do it.
They should have been cutting mics this entire time.
I disagree. I say let them just go at it.
I know, but from a standpoint of watching this, it's really difficult when they just start screaming at each other like toddlers.
What generally happens is one of them wins and all the other ones will shut up. And that's what I want to see. I want to see they're not asking relevant questions any fucking way.
That's true.
So just let them scream at each other until one of them comes out on top, and then we'll see who the alphas actually are in the group.
Eventually the others will get tired and fall asleep.
For the record, when that shit does happen, do you know who the alpha on the stage is?
Chris Christie?
Typically Ron DeSantis.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Governor DeSantis, let me go to you. Experts say President Putin has ordered assassinations across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties.
India just assassinated somebody. You going to bring that up?
In Canada.
In Canada. Just across our border.
Yeah.
Putin's over there assassinating his own people. I don't give a shit. He's like, you didn't serve me well. Do you know how to fly?
All those people fell out of hotel windows. I don't know what you're talking about.
Since they're like friends with Iran, I think it would be funny if when they pushed those guys out the window, they went, you're gay. That's a horrible joke. Fuck. All right. I apologize to my gay friends out there. That was insensitive. I don't mean that apology because it was funny, but if you got your panties in a wad, you'll be fine.
With the U.S. and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion.
No, that's how much of the aid that's been allocated to them has been sent over there so far. It's actually over 100 billion, sweetheart. And when Reagan said you need to be prepared to fight a war, he didn't mean that every time somebody got a little rowdy that you actually went to war. What he meant was we need to have the means to prosecute the war. All that shit we gave to Ukraine and left in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Also, Reagan didn't come up with that. It's an old Roman saying. It's si vis pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war.
Mm-hmm.
That's a truism through the last several thousand years of warfare. Reagan didn't say that. Well, he might have said it, but he didn't come up with it.
Resolute Germ says the bell really should automatically cut out the mic. No, you're being too nice to these people. There should be a fucking shot collar.
I agree, but at minimum, it should cut their fucking microphone off.
No, I need that microphone nice and clear when they go.
But
Chris
is
Christie
it in our
eats
best
his necklace, the shot collar on it.
interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
Should we degrade their military?
That sounds like a war.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops.
Can I just point out that is a nice silk suit he's wearing? It could be fitted a little better, but that is some high price silk he's wearing.
Yeah, that does look very expensive.
That is a nice suit, Mr. DeSantis. You need to bring the rib area in just a little bit. Get a tailor. You'll be fine.
Well, no, you cut the breast half a size or full size larger so that you can hide your firearm.
Well, I doubt he's packing.
He's from Florida. That dude carries.
He's in a library. Can you carry in a library?
I don't know. California's retarded, so probably not. But I bet that's his gun outfit.
We're going to make the Europe.
And I'm sorry I keep stopping to talk about hair and clothes. It's just the kind of stuff that I notice. Because and again, it really does matter in politics because people tend not to vote for the ugly guy. They don't vote for the frumpy guy. You got to look nice. So stop making that creepy pedo face when you smile, please.
In the fight.
He needs to grow a feather stash.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Yeah, grow a big handlebar mustache. Maybe gets look like the biker in YMCA video.
No.
Come in.
Do you see how big his upper lip is? That would be yeah. Look at how big that fucking thing is.
Yeah, it is pretty big.
Looks like
he'd
Scooby-Doo.
have a big manly mustache then one day.
He would have a big gay mustache.
Oh, super gay mustache, yeah.
That lip grows a gay mustache. He couldn't even help it.
If he got it all the way down the sides like Hulk Hogan, the full biker mustache, yeah, he would look super, super Florida man.
War, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops. We're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as commander-in-chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
I mean, again, good talking points, but only the first part of that really answered the question.
Yeah.
Get that talking point in. Ron, you need to not get worked up because you come off whiny when you do it.
That's his passionate voice.
Oh, God, that's what she hears when they're doing it?
Yeah. It's so good!
But it's not a territorial dispute. territorial dispute.
It's not a territorial dispute.
Somebody better tell the Donbass region that.
I'm getting dumber every time I hear her talk. It's 100% a territorial dispute. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is it, Nikki? She was an ambassador, don't you know?
To the UN. Yeah, she should know better.
They made her ambassador to a meaningless fucking organization. Good job.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed as a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. What we can.
And what happens if nobody pays that loan?
Yeah. Same thing from all the loans from World War II. Nobody fucking collects. Nobody's going to do anything. We're not going to send any bill collectors or knee breakers over there to get it. It's fucking ridiculous. Anybody that's supporting the war in Ukraine, I'm not voting for.
We can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not be paid by Ukraine. It's paid by the NATO, our NATO allies.
So I think
it's not paid by Ukraine. It's paid by NATO. And then he says, our NATO allies. You know why I threw that in real quick? Because the majority of the money that sponsors Ukraine comes from us. Sorry, not Ukraine. Well, Ukraine, but NATO comes from us.
Yeah.
So we're going to pay ourselves back.
Yeah, with printed money, most likely. That's a disingenuous response, Mr. Scott.
Yep.
Number two. I think it's a really good topic too. But I will say let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military.
No, that would be the Chinese military, sir.
Yeah, I'm much more worried about China than I am anything else here.
China went from having 3 really crappy aircraft carriers that you could barely call aircraft carriers. What are up to, like 15 or something now?
Something like that. They've been producing a lot of military equipment in the past
a lot of ships.
5 years. And we've been warning about that on this show for ages, and people just fucking say, oh, China's not a threat. China's not a threat. Yes, they are. They are a growing threat. Militarily, economically, all across the board.
By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
Article 5 of NATO says that if a NATO member is attacked from somebody else, we have a duty to protect them. Ukraine's not part of NATO. There's this thing. I had an argument with an idiot the other day. Like, and if they win this, they're going to go into Poland. Like, from where? There's been literally no threat from the Russians to a NATO nation.
Yeah.
Well, they did kind of threaten the British over the Black Sea there, or the Northern Sea, right?
It was the Black Sea.
Was it the Black Sea?
Yeah, it was the Black Sea. They shot at a shipping vehicle.
No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Yeah, I like how the Russians are like, yeah, it did. The Brits were like, nah, it's good. Nothing happened. That was just a misunderstanding.
It's almost like Tate fans were like, they told you they did it. Nuh-uh, didn't happen.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish I'll be happy to debate this.
You had no problem interrupting him earlier, but because he says, hey, we shouldn't interrupt, you're like, hey, don't interrupt me. You already did it, bitch. That's your rule.
Stop talking when I'm interrupting.
Hey, Mr. Scott, do you know what the golden rule is?
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, the attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in.
What NATO territory is being attacked?
Well, technically, Poland was attacked by the Ukrainians.
By the Ukrainians, yeah.
So,
by degrading the Russians.
This is a foolish argument. They just want to go in and have a war. That's it. There's just bloodthirstiness around here.
They want, and they don't even want to do it themselves. You know, we saw Justin Trudeau. I don't remember if we watched the video though, but he says it's a moral imperative to help them. But we're not sending troops. If it's a moral imperative, why wouldn't you send troops?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you send everything you could if it was a moral imperative? But no, all these clowns just want to start a fight with Russia, and I don't understand it. We don't have to defend the scumbags in Ukraine, and we don't have to fight with the Russians. Just leave it alone. It's not our problem. It's Europe's.
Yeah.
Russian military. We reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on.
All right, when you keep saying it like that, you're making it sound like what we already know has happened. The United States is helping the Ukrainians with their planning. When the Russian flagship went down, we're the ones who told them where to aim.
Yeah.
You guys keep pulling this shit, and you will drag us into a war with Russia.
Yeah. Yeah, and it won't go the way you think it's going to go.
If I may finish that exchange, we have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a
God, I could hug him.
I know, right?
Country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
Cult of Krill, thank you. Tim Scott screaming about keeping our troops at home. Didn't hear him talking about bringing home troops from two-decade-long wars. True story. Thank you so much, my friend.
That has actually.
Yeah, that was Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That is not true.
China.
We're driving Russia. Excuse me. Excuse me. If you have a chance,
forgot you like China. That's why
you'll have your chance in just a moment.
Her and her little fucking bitchy, passive aggressive. Oh, but I forgot you like the China.
Well, she is a woman.
Seriously, just look at her and go, bitch, shut up. Go full Andrew Tate on her, man. Well, not full. Don't put her into.
I was going to say, next thing you know, she's doing webcams. I mean,
Right.
The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia.
Did you see that look? Hang on. We got to go back. We got to catch that look. Da-da. Oh, I went way too far. Son of a bitch.
Monkey broke the internet again.
Why is Monkey playing with shit?
That is not true. We're driving Russia.
I got to get this paused real fast this time.
I forgot you like China. That's why you're.
Blah, blah, blah.
You'll have your chance in just a moment.
Yeah.
The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Driving Russia.
Yeah, that was total eye roll.
She's so bitchy, man.
She even did like the setting her jaw like she's dealing with a petulant child.
I don't know how well you saw, but she also did the thing where she runs her tongue in the inside of her upper lip.
Yeah, it's the shit you do when you're dealing with a kid that doesn't listen. That's wow. Can you imagine being married to that woman?
Yeah, and see, this is why there was a woman on Twitter who said Nikki Haley just showed why women can't be president.
Yeah, she doesn't have the patience for it. If somebody's disagreeing with her, she doesn't have the patience to deal with that.
Yeah, she's trying to come off strong, and instead, with her mannerisms and everything, it's not coming off as strong. You're coming off as a bitch. Like, how come strong women are called bitches? Not all strong women are. Bitches are, and she's being bitchy.
Further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week
Vivek,
was
if you
hailing
let Putin have Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I'm actually really surprised that China didn't go in around the same time just to throw a wrench in the monkey works. But I think China will go after Taiwan here shortly anyway, because they want to control all those delightful chips. But it's not a green light. There are differences in the regions.
China is a worry. It is, but Vivek is right, and we've talked about this. The Americans punishing the Russians is what drove Russia over to China, because China's like, wait, how cheap's your oil?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll buy that shit. And they're like, no, nobody can buy any of that oil. And China's like, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm sure they're stockpiling like crazy right now too.
Yeah, last I heard, the discount that you get if you buy the Russian oil is like 20% off.
Oof.
Yeah.
Peace comes through strength.
Governor Christie. Governor
Yeah,
Christie.
peace comes from strength, but not stupidity, you fucking retards.
What strength? We gave away all our shit.
Yeah, we gave away all our stuff. Biden burned through the strategic oil reserve. We've got porous borders. We look incredibly weak, especially with the doddering old Mr. Magoo running things. Where's the strength we're talking about? We're printing money like we have it.
The simple fact is we've sent a lot of our shit over there, so that if Russia is like, all right, fuck it, we're taking Poland too, our troops are going to go out over there under geared, man.
Yeah, and the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians know that.
Mm-hmm.
Governor Christie, President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
How dare you? How dare you? Look, if you want to call them something, an axis of evil or whatever, I don't give a shit. But the New World Order are the commies in the Western world. You don't get to change the meaning of that term.
Yeah.
Sorry. The Great Reset, Jack. That wasn't the fucking Chinese, Iranians, and Russians.
They're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected. The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess
what? All right. I'm not on that stage, Jack, and neither are you.
You don't know where I am.
That's true. You might be Nikki Haley. No, that's mean because you're much smarter than that.
50-50 depends on the day.
Did you hear any of these guys predicting that Russia was going into Ukraine?
No.
Did you and I do it?
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the politicians and talking heads were like, no, they're not going to go in. They're just moving stuff around. Yeah, under their borders so they can roll right through. And what happened? We were right. We talked about it for weeks before it happened. Probably a few months, actually.
Actually, yeah. The only thing we got wrong was how much land Putin wanted.
Yeah.
We didn't realize that he was just going after the Donbass so he could connect Crimea to Russia proper. And to get the ethnic Russians that are in there. But yeah.
That strategy may have changed at the time, too, when he realized how kind of shitty a lot of their equipment is.
The simple fact is all of these talking heads who know so much didn't know fuck all when this started, but suddenly they're the absolute experts on it. You just don't understand Vladimir Putin. I got it right, bitch. You didn't. And Chris Christie, what fucking foreign policy experience do you have? You were a governor.
New Jersey?
You're a governor of the fucking toxic waste state.
Yeah, he's dealt with the mutant menace for quite a while.
Fuck.
Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald
Trump. There's that dichotomy again. You don't have to snuggle up with Putin. You don't have to snuggle up with Zelensky. You could just say, fuck both of you. This is a Europe problem and wash your hands of it.
We drove Russia into the Chinese arms, you dumb shit. But no, hey, if we degrade the Russian army, fuck you. Yeah, get all of our tanks blown up over there so that we can stop the Russians.
Yeah, teach them how to fight our equipment better. That's smart.
So wait, we're gonna also degrade our own army in that way, and so the only really big, strong army is the Chinese. That's your plan?
That's a plan. Probably not one that would be in America's best interest, but it's a plan.
Good
I
night,
would say
Angela.
you're probably an agent for China if that was your plan, but
Right.
it's a plan that could exist.
It's just so stupid listening to these people. Okay, look, Putin's a shitbag. Nobody's denying that. But for, real quick, I'm sorry, I missed this. I saw it when it came through, and I forgot to say it at the time. This was a couple of minutes ago. Thank you, Cast One. From what I understand, the main thing holding China back is that nothing is ready yet. They're building military strength. Everything is presented as this will change warfare, prove Chinese dominance. Not if, prove such. They don't have much right now. The Chinese are actually, they built up quite a bit. And don't forget, they're still, as last we heard, sitting on the Indian border.
Yeah. And they are producing a lot because they have the manufacturing to do it. So they can keep that shit running for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. I don't know when you last looked at stuff, Cass, but check again and see what the Chinese have been doing. They have been pumping out stuff. And the only thing that I disagree with about what's being said here is like the Iranians are giving them advanced tech. The Iranians?
Yeah, I doubt that. It's like saying North Korea is giving you advanced tech.
Well, they tried saying that too. Do you remember when that happened?
Yeah. Maybe if the North Koreans were giving it to Iran.
You mean the people who buy their tanks and planes and shit from Russia and China are giving Russia and China plans for new planes and shit? I highly doubt that.
I would say that is in fact suspect.
Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader.
That doesn't mean he's not evil.
Yeah. Lots of people have been brilliant, great leaders who are, I mean, the way they lead is shitty.
Yeah, they're evil people, but they
get the job done.
Yeah. To just say that your enemy's an idiot really underestimates them and opens you up to surprise attacks.
Son of a bitch.
What?
I was accidentally on the top bar instead of the bottom one.
Oops. You broke it.
Anybody know what number we were at? Oh, well, there's that exchange, so it should be coming up here.
It's a good time to remind everybody we're brought to you by you.
Yeah, okay. We got Potato back. Go ahead and go through the show.
Oh, yeah. If you're enjoying the program, please hit the like button, share it on your social media, and subscribe if you haven't. And if you're feeling generous, you can toss us a couple bucks at our Streamlabs link, which is going through the chat, pinned at the top of the YouTube chat and in the description. You can also check out our Teespring stores and our Patreons.
Thank you so much for that, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
This damn twitchy finger's pissing me off. All right, here we go.
Yeah, blame your finger.
Person who is murdering people in his own country and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me
I still want to know where that 20,000 children kidnapping thing came from.
I don't know, but isn't that kind of similar to the immigration, losing all those kids that were given to traffickers?
Sure. Hey, Chris, what about the 14,000 people that Vladimir Zelensky killed, his own fucking people, between 2014 and the start of this war?
Yeah, and the rumors of harvesting organs from orphan children.
These are, look, the real reason we're doing this is because we got biolabs over there, and now everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Because it came out that we had them, and they're like, no. And then people are like, no, they're right there. We can see them on Google Maps.
Right.
You meant those ones. Oh, yeah, of course, those are there. But don't worry, they're making Windex. Those are totally not biological weapons. No.
Oh, don't be silly. You're a big silly head.
Yeah, and we weren't lying about it. We just didn't realize you meant those kind of chemicals. Yeah, it's just cleaning stuff. It's Mr. Clean is made there. Fucking shitbags.
I think that's where it's going to stop. If we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. This is a guy.
Based
Prove it.
On what?
That's an assumption. I don't think that Putin can handle a war with NATO right now.
Ukraine was a soft target.
Yeah. And he
And
wanted those ports.
the idea that he's going into Poland, which would kick off Article 5, which has all of the NATO countries over there already before we ever even step foot on continent. Bullshit. That's asinine. But they all say it, Jack. That's their whole talk. They're going into Poland. Okay. I realize Poland has had a rather unfortunate past. And not just in World War II, guys. Poland has been shit on with the European wars forever.
Yeah.
But there's no good reason for Putin to try to take Poland. He does not have the strength to do so.
No, he would. Obviously, the equipment is just not capable of taking on NATO that they have.
Mm-hmm.
He could take all of Ukraine and just stop there because that food production is huge for the Russian Empire.
The last several rounds that the Russians are like, they're not asking for any more of Ukraine than the Donbass region.
Yep.
So even if you go, hey, if we give them this land, they would still have to take the rest of Ukraine before they ever got to Poland. Because they need that thoroughfare there. They can't just be like, fuck it, let's go around.
Yeah, we'll go around.
There's a detour.
Who said, wait one sec, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world's history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together and only America can stop it. And when I'm president, we will.
God,
by letting the Ukrainians do it?
No, they're going to put troops on the ground. They're just as bad as the fucking Democrats with trying to get us involved in wars that aren't our business.
Oh, yeah. Elon Musk asked today, why was everybody, and maybe it was from the debate last night, I saw it today, why are all these guys so pro going into Ukraine and helping them out?
Because we're used to fighting these little skirmish battles in places that we could just kick the shit out of, like Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's good for business. They make a lot of money. They get a lot of airtime. This is about politics, not about actually doing the right thing.
You have a whole bunch of shithead war hawks on both sides.
Yep.
And then you have some, Joe Biden, who are repaying debts. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
There's only two up here who are like, we're going to stop the war. And it was Vivek and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
We're going to stop this war. And the other ones are like, no, we got to kill these fuckers.
You don't understand how important it is to our checkbooks.
The Poles, my friend, the Poles. The Polish were attacked, and we did fuck all about it. We were like, oh, it's okay. It was just the Ukrainians who did it. Just those Nazis over there. The Nazis bombed the Polish. I mean, if we're going to learn from our history, Jack, I feel like that's kind of an important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Literally the Nazis bombed them. They're like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. It was an accident. It was a stray surface-to-air missile that just happened to hit a liquid target on the ground there.
It was a whoopsie.
Killed 2 people and blew up a little granary. Oops. Cass One, thank you. Was a couple months ago, they were trying to move past Russia hand-me-downs and are still suffering a lot in a lot of ways. Last I heard, they were struggling to field more modern supplies, lots of problems with joint operations, too many enemies to move now. Yeah, and I think that's why China is not going to do anything for any time soon, because like I said, they are still on that border there with India. They do they're itching for Taiwan, but that would be a division of their forces that I don't think they could handle just yet. But they're getting there quick. Their Navy is ramping up fast, which should scare the shit out of everybody. Anyhow, let's get back to... Go ahead.
Before we do that, Captain Tripper just made us aware that Jeremy's being a tard again, probably drinking. He says he's showing his ass because he's attacking libs of TikTok and calling her a retard.
Oh, please screenshot that and send it to me in DMs. I hope we get done to where I can see it myself, but he has a habit of deleting that shit.
Yeah, because he's a baby.
He's a puss.
Pretty sure he drinks a lot.
Last I heard, he said he was off the sauce. I don't know.
Maybe he's back on it. I don't know.
Pence has a question. I love that they gave him this raise your hand thing. They should have gave him Jeopardy buzzers.
Oh my God, yeah.
Governor Burgum, he hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to really like. Or at least
I doubt it.
Experience.
Well, he's probably really likes that you finally acknowledge he exists.
There's that, yeah.
In it. And we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Do what Trump did.
I don't think that's the answer you're going to get.
As big as China's getting, Jack, they still rely on us buying a lot of their shit.
Yeah. Yeah, for now.
And we have some power there. And that's what Trump knew when everybody, like, oh my God, he's starting a trade war. He's going to hurt our farmers.
Well, you see, right now they have an advantage because they could just buy some hunter paintings.
That's true. That's true. And Biden comes in and undoes all of Trump's work. And if there was ever a reason that I would vote for Trump, this would be one of them. Would be because of how he stood up to China and told them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah. Well, his kid wasn't trying to milk their money, so.
That's fair.
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked.
Probably not a good idea to be going up there and saying that we're at war with China. I mean, you can. It's your business. But I wouldn't say we're actually in a war with China on these things. We're competing. That's not the same as a war.
Yeah, competing is a better phraseology.
Yeah.
Every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea.
Then we should probably get our troops ready.
You'd think so, but no, they got to make them weaker.
Is it like Red Dawn or some shit?
Well, it probably will be before we're done here.
The fuck is going on in South Dakota? They're just little Ruskies running around with their Chinese friends killing people?
Wolverines!
And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement.
True.
They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to.
And that's fair, but what would you have done? Send in the SEALs?
Yes.
Have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less.
I hate to stop him here, but technically by U.S. policy, Taiwan belongs to China. We have what we call the one nation policy.
That's dumb policy.
I agree, but I mean, you can't just go up there and say shit. Technically, our position on this is that they are still one country.
Successful, make us more poor. And at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world. And we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry to talk about the folly of the climate climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
Thank you.
Can I speak about
Yeah, he's not wrong. And finally, we're talking about some stuff that is within the federal purview. So that's nice.
You gotta be careful with that phraseology, because federal purview, you're just calling people pervs. That's all I heard.
Well, I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not. But I start thinking my Pizzagate conspiracy theory stuff. So
Fair enough.
then I'm like, stay away from the kids, and we're talking about war.
Mexico's president called who supports sending U.S. military into the country, quote, scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner and border security.
Let's not get carried away.
They're our most important trade partner. And then she throws in for security. We would be much better off just taking over Mexico.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We could clean it up a lot easier then.
Oh, hell yeah. And Mexicans, you guys have modernized a lot to where you're looking like American cities. You guys would fit right in. We'll clean out the drug cartels and let you have your little velvet paintings of Jesus on the cross. Kind of tacky, really, but if that's what you like, and we'll bring you in, because you guys will be a lot more conservative than the Democrats realize.
Yeah, and then we could go unearth a bunch of cool artifacts from like the Aztecs and whatnot.
Oh, dude, and all the natural resources. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good times. You could have Indiana Jones adventures, and you could have There Will Be Blood adventures. So there's a lot of new possibilities opening up then.
51st state. No, we'd actually have to cut it up into like 4 or 5 states.
Yeah, it'd probably be half a dozen. While we're at it, we could cut California a little bit.
Yeah.
Say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So this means boots on the ground, drone strikes.
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico.
I hear you. And look, I am on board with special operations going over there, but I'm not the president, Jack. And we do need to worry about, oh, wait, we are going to bomb a sovereign nation. Now, look, the Mexican army is made up like with 4 guys and a pitchfork. So it's not like we'd have to worry too much. But on the international stage, that wouldn't look real good.
Well, I mean,
I'm okay with it. Fuck it. Kill them.
Call it a joint operation.
Wet work is what we call it. Send them
No, that's too much like that other word.
But again, I mean, nobody's going to do anything about that because the CIA is funded by those fuckers.
That's true.
Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations, and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China, because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl.
And that's fine, sweetheart. That's fine. But if you get rid of the drug factories down there in Mexico, because the fentanyl is coming over unprocessed and is being processed for use in Mexico, there'll be nobody to buy the fentanyl. You just cut that head off right there, and you harm China greatly. That's a good Trumpian word, right? Greatly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hugely.
Take care of the cartels, and it takes care of the fentanyl problem. You don't have to be like, but we got to bomb China too.
And then we'll do the special operations, and we'll get it from both sides. This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused.
You're laughing at what I'm laughing at, aren't you?
Yeah.
Gotta get it
from both sides.
Get it from both sides. You'd think she means spit roast or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I wasn't sure if she meant, butt and bonus hole.
No, hot DP action doesn't seem to be her forte, but
that would be
London Tower, yeah, absolutely. London bridging it, high five. Don't
make eye contact. No eye contact.
Yeah, the dicks don't touch, and we're not going to look at each other in the eye. Thank you, Evolved Potato. The American position is that it acknowledges China, says it owns Taiwan. It doesn't agree with it or disagree with it. What you said, Monkey, is what Chinese propagandists want everyone to think is the U.S. position. It's a very important difference.
It's called the One China policy. Our official position is that Taiwan is still part of China.
Yeah.
And our official position is we will not defend Taiwan.
Yeah, I think we should change that position.
I agree. And Biden has said it accidentally several times, and the White House has had to come out. No. He was stuttering again.
He's a silly old man. Don't listen to him.
He's stuttering.
Focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying up our farmland. He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans. He didn't focus on the fact that they were stealing $600 billion in intellectual property. He didn't focus on the fact that they put a spy base off our shores in Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
So you're going to start a drone business?
I mean, that would be a good business to get into.
Not for the feds. The feds aren't supposed to actually make stuff.
No, but have you seen the stuff they have made? It's pretty terrible.
I know. But I mean, hey, the drones that the police are using are Chinese made. Well, yeah.
It's because we don't make anything here anymore. Because
we're not
made
making
it
it here.
Good incentive to go overseas and do it.
All right. I want to get to
she wasn't wrong with her answer. There's just no, but how?
Yeah.
I will make it happen.
These are idea people. They're not doers.
Just one fucking time. How, Nikki? I'm going to do it. What are you going to do? Show me your flat little boobies? I mean, the Asians will probably be impressed, but otherwise, come on.
You're all auditioning for the job as president of the United States. You want to earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked.
Okay, I think this is the Tim Scott one. So if this question goes to Tim Scott, strap in because I laughed so fucking hard.
Earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about Al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, Al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
One of the things I've had the good fortune of doing is serving on committees in the United States Senate, like the
on 9/11, Al-Qaeda blew up a bunch of stuff. You have no executive experience. What experience do you have that would prepare you for such a thing? I've sat on committees.
I was in a group project once.
I've sat on committees. What?
You might as well have just said, I've worked at McDonald's and I had underlings when I was a key holder.
That shit broke my brain. I had to pause it live while I was watching going, there's no fucking way he just said that.
That's a dumb fucking answer.
I've had the pleasure of sitting on committees. So you sat around with your thumb up your ass and you think that's going to prepare you to be president if there's a terrorist attack? So if there's a terrorist attack, you can be like, quick, get the committee together. I can't make a decision on my own. I need a bunch of fucking people to tell me what to do.
Excuse me. There is a expression for this already made. Academics, please respond.
Yes. Fuck. I was on committees.
Why didn't he just like say nobody can be fully prepared for the unknown? Or
Yes.
something like that. You know, like I've had some leadership capability, but nobody could be prepared for the asymmetrical warfare of the modern terrorist. Something like that sounded like relatively smart, but obviously dodging the answer.
Oh my
But
God.
his response was just stupid.
Furry Kitten says, this one time at committee camp, I put a flute in my
Senate Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Also on the Armed Services Committee.
Hmm? I've looked at what the military can do.
Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation.
Nah, bruh. We're not talking about fentanyl.
That was 5 minutes ago.
The question was, how would you deal with a terrorist attack is basically what she asked. She said a man-made disaster.
Yeah.
Terrorist attack. I don't know why she wouldn't just say that.
Liberal.
Jesus Christ, Tim.
What are you doing, man?
Passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets and sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able
Was
to
it the Mexicans who attacked us on 9/11?
Might have been. I mean, they're kind of brown.
Past 23 to 0.
Those Saudi Mexicans.
Polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question the fact that if you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested an attack was coming. Having the right intelligence partners with us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever.
No. She's not asking you, how would you prevent the next one? What would you do if it happened? What experience do you have that readies you for that? It's one of the only good questions she's asked tonight. How are you ready for this? Committees, and I read a report about 9/11. Pass.
Ever happening.
Like a photo, friend.
I really wish you would have just went pass, because it would have been a better answer.
Yeah, probably would have.
Pass.
Last 10 years is really important in getting the job done.
There's 30 seconds to you, Mr. Pence.
Well, I think you asked a question about executive experience, and I think it's vitally important. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble.
Why is he not all the time?
I don't know.
And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices, and it's because Joe Biden is weak.
You hear the fire in all of our voices. Did he just say that?
Yes, he did.
Wait, let's go back. You guys, please tell me which word you hear that there's fire in, please, because I'm missing it.
Today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices, and it's because Joe Biden is weak in this country at home. And
that's him being fiery. Do you think that got his wife all wet? Oh my God, he's being so manly up there.
Probably. I think this is him being fiery. Also,
is that what the nod is?
Might be. That might be his angry nod. So that's how you know. It's his tell. Why does he sound like a Midwestern preacher all the time?
I mean, he is from the Midwest, and
yeah, but
I don't know
his cadence and the way he talks. It sounds very much like a sermon, like not a good one either. Just like that boring guy in the middle of fuck all nowhere talking to the 10 people that showed up.
Danger says, you hear the fire in all of our voices. Does that mean something different in the U.S.? No, it doesn't. He's fiery. He's fiery, you guys. He's a man.
You got the fire down below.
His mommy told him.
And abroad. This is a time.
That's actually funny because Cannibalistic said the only fire he's got is that burning he has when he pees. Now, he won't even be alone with another woman, man. So unless his wife was stepping out, he's got a clean weenie.
for.
I hate that I know that. That's right. I just put Mike Pence's penis in your mind.
I'm sure it's just as exciting as he is.
Can you imagine going to talk to, hey, baby, I'm horny right now. I think we should do it.
Oh, he would say horny. He would say aroused.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling biblical right now.
Oh, my dear, would you like to go fornicate allow me to touch your nethers in the other room through the
need
pee
carnal.
hole of my union suit?
I need carnal knowledge. I'm fired up.
He gets, like, when he's really saucy and feeling extra sexy, he's like, perhaps we could partake of some afternoon delight.
And she's like, you're so bad.
You're so dirty.
For those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to.
Bruh, you weren't president.
Yeah, what test experience? Doing what? What'd you do for 4 years?
Fuck.
Is he talking about January 6th? Is that what he's on about?
I don't fucking know. God, I wish I knew.
To the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan.
He calls her mother a ton too. Oh, that just makes it creepy. Mother.
Mother, shall I put on my magical underwear?
Mother, I need to fornicate.
Mother, may I touch your boobies?
Your breasts look exquisite today. La 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 la.
I bet he doesn't even use breast or boobies. He probably uses some weird euphemism like,
yeah.
Your baby lunch boxes.
Wouldn't it be great though if he was just like fucking dirty, but in that same cadence?
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be wild. No, I think he's got weird like little kid euphemisms for different body parts.
Probably.
Like, oh, your dirty pillows are showing.
Your jibble jabbles.
Yeah. My willy is rather attentive today.
You guys ever wonder why these things take so long when we're watching videos?
I wonder why people stay for this shit sometimes. We spent the last 10 minutes talking about Mike Pence's sex life. I require coitus. Yes, massive. I'm uncomfortable. Me too, Lion. Me too.
Tonight, I would like to get dirty. Will you spread your legs?
No, just he calls it parting the ocean or the Red Sea.
Because, and I don't know if you can see the screen, but while we've been saying this, look at Pence's face on the screen.
Yeah, that's his O face.
Oh, fuck. All right.
I am rather erect at the moment.
I guarantee you nobody's been funnier watching this debate than we have, Jack.
It's because we're awesome. And nobody has thought to ask the question of, what does Mike Pence say when he's sexually aroused?
I bet he says something like, he's got a code word, like they have in S&M, or like my safe word is potatoes or whatever.
Yeah.
He probably looks at her and goes, mommy instead of mother. That's how she knows he's Randy.
No, he's probably got it. It's got to be lamer than that. So instead of saying mother, he's like, mommy,
may I?
Oh, mother, may we make the beast of two backs? It's going to be.
No, I'm telling you, no,
archaic.
His euphemism for it's got to be getting biblical or something like that.
Yeah.
Shall
we attempt procreation?
I need to know you biblically.
As a man can only know a woman.
I can smell your baby juice. Nah, that's too much. That's too far, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on. Baby juice. I can smell your baby juice. I just said that out loud.
Don't spill my seed. That goes against God.
You swallow it all, you whore.
Oh, no, she can't do that. That's against God, too.
No, because then it's still going in the belly.
No, it's got to go in her.
In the belly. It comes out the ass, but it still goes into the belly where the babies are made. I mean, it's adjacent.
I don't think this dude has ever had a blowjob.
It's the apartment next door.
It's the apartment next door. The apartment full of whores. Who's your Father, Son, and Holy Spirit?
You know, occasionally after the show, me and Jack, we're very nice to each other. Like, dude, I'm so glad you come out. And he's like, oh, I'm really, hang on a second. I'm really happy that you do this. And he's like, oh, I'm really happy to be here. This is why we have those conversations.
Yeah, this is pretty much what we do after the show too. We just say the same shit.
We get much worse, much worse.
Yeah, a lot of stuff we can't say on here. So
yeah, Joe Biden, thank you so much. Did someone say baby juice? Or sorry, yeah, let's say baby juice. Could you do that in your Biden? Did somebody say baby juice?
Well, did somebody say baby juice?
Thank you so much, Joe Biden.
Booga booga.
Appreciate that.
My leg hair itches. I smell Tara Reid.
Monk Cenk is running for the Democrat Party. He said he was really heavily leaning towards it, didn't he? He didn't actually say he's going to. He said he's really sure he might. Way to take a stand there, Cenk. You couldn't get into Congress. You think you're going to get to the White House? He's just trying to get more money for TYT. Don't let him fool you. All right. I still love this face.
That should probably be the thumbnail.
Hang on a minute.
Are you going to Photoshop a dildo on his hand?
You know, I really could.
Yeah. Or a cattle prod, one of the two.
Hang on, I got to save this real fast. Save as Pence face. There we go. All right, guys, had to be done.
Climax achieved.
Forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as they said at the top of this debate, whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism unmoored to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified.
Reagan was popular with populist, for the record.
Yeah.
He was the populist candidate in 76. Just throwing that out there. The damn populist. I want to be like Reagan. Oh, that was way too violent.
Stand on Reagan's grave and say that I'm like him in all the ways I'm not.
And most consistent conservative in this field, and I'm ready to lead America at home and abroad.
She keeps going. All right, I get. That's code to shut the fuck up, Mike.
Yeah, she's using her mom tone. You should know that.
Time for choosing to go to a break.
He's like, you're not my mother. She is.
Need to go to a commercial break. Reagan built a coalition that lasted decades. Can any of these candidates do the same? We'll take that up when the debate continues.
Now, did you see what happened there? The little white lady's like, all right, we got to go to break. Take it, Mexican girl. She couldn't have just done it. Some of the handoffs in this are just really weird. Like, we got to let the Mexican speak. She hasn't talked in a while. I don't know if is she Mexican, you guys? Did I just miss Hispanic her?
I don't know where she's from. I think we have been saying Mexican because Univision is based in Texas, which is basically Mexico now.
Yeah, she's Mexican. All right. No, don't care about the gold.
Hang on real quick. Thank you, Furry Kitten. Thank you. The last 5 minutes conversation has cured my preapsis. I'm glad we could help with that.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sometimes the show is useful in different ways.
I'm stopping it here. We're actually going to watch one of the commercials. This is one of the Rumble commercials, Jack, with YouTube being the guy in the referee outfit there.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to YouTube. Thanks. It's great to be here. I'm just going to upload my video right now.
Let me see it first.
Flag! Did you just cancel me? All right, I'm going to be leaving now.
Where are you going?
To a place where I can't get canceled and they celebrate free speech.
But in Fantasyland.
It's not Fantasyland. It's called Rumble. Later, pal.
By the way, the guy that they have doing that commercial there, the guy in yellow, he's one of the guys that CoffeeZilla has made videos about because he scams people. That's how open Rumble is. They'll promote a scam artist. Top that, Elon. I just realized who he was right there.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was at all.
Don't care about that. Evan Sorbo still a thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Like Wilford Brimley now, and he's selling diabetes stuff.
He sells a lot of Jesus stuff.
We are coming into the second to last segment, but the last segment is kind of a joke, so don't worry, it's not that long. We have 20, if my math is right, 29 minutes left. We're about to kill some babies.
Wait, we have 20 minutes left in the debate?
Yeah.
So we're going to be here another, 4 hours?
30 minutes, technically.
Republican primary debate here at the Reagan Library. We've got a lot more issues.
I don't like how British people say library. Say biblioteca like a normal person. That was funny. How dare you not laugh at that?
I was muted.
More questions to go, so let's dive.
Don't you pity me?
Well, I didn't say I laughed. I just said I was muted.
Right back in. We're here in California, where gas is nearing $6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill.
Or remove some sanctions on Russia. That would help quite a bit, honestly. Just saying.
Courts won't let you. Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run through the courts and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do.
Why do you cut him off like that? Like, okay, how are you going to fix this? But you can't drill. I mean, it does take a while to get the oil derricks up and everything, but you can at least drill to try to find where the shit's at.
What about fracking? That's not really drilling.
Forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And it addresses the national debt as well as brings down prices. Put people back to work. We are using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work. That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis.
He's not wrong, but homie, that's not the question. See, this is what I said, where he does a lot more stump speech in this time.
Mm-hmm.
Contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place.
Amen.
This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as our next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority.
Did you say January 2026?
What? Maybe.
He would be inaugurated January 20th, 2025. The election's in 24, right?
I think you just got the date wrong. I don't know.
Okay. But I am right. He'd be inaugurated in 25, not 26.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe he's thinking he'll be vice president and the president will get killed. Stay out of Dallas, Mr. Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a possibility, unfortunately. It's a leap year.
Stability. And then most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state. Reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%. Rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses, both large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy. That's how we revive the integrity of a three-branch constitutional republic rather than this technocracy and aristocracy in the administration.
But none of that had anything to do with what he asked.
That seems to be the theme with this.
It was, I mean, a good answer, but that's not what you were asked. And they're going back to Pence. Didn't he end the last one right before the commercial?
Yes.
All right. Poor Dougie. I feel bad for him.
Ignoring that guy.
You know what? Fuck him. He paid to get on the stage. Fuck that.
I don't care.
I do.
Some of his answers have been better than Pence's.
All of his answers have been better than Pence's. But he bought his way onto the stage with gift cards.
I still don't have a problem with that.
Your response, please.
I think one of the signature accomplishments of our administration was in just a few short years, we achieved energy independence. We became.
You ain't do shit, Mike. Trump did that. I'm just going to keep repeating that anytime he takes credit for shit Trump did.
Yeah.
A net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years.
How many of the bills and stuff that made that happen have your signature on them, sir? I'm just really curious.
But on day one, Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was.
You know what? I'm sorry. I got to stop for a minute. And I think it actually, you know what? I'll wait because I think it comes up later.
Surprise, because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he was going to end fossil fuels. And they've been working overtime to do that ever since.
Hey. The news told me he didn't say that as they were showing the video of him saying it. Remember when that happened?
Yeah.
He didn't say it. Look, here's the video. Like, he just said it right there.
Hate fact.
And he absolutely did. He said we will end fossil fuels.
Sense. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American
It bothers me that that's scrolling and it makes the elephant walk backwards. He's doing the moonwalk.
All of the above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not
And
only
by the way, if anybody wants to hear what Pence is saying here, I apologize. The guy's boring the piss out of me. And so I'm looking at things like the elephant walking backwards.
Energy independence. But in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on earth. I believe in the next 10 years, with the right policies and experienced leadership in the White House, we can reclaim our role as the leading energy producer on earth, and that'll grow the American economy for generations to come.
He needs to be careful doing that hand thing, because for a moment there, it looked like he was jacking off. He's trying to be emphatic, and instead it looks like he's pulling his pud.
I mean, you know.
And look how satisfied he looks now.
I bet it's been a while.
Do you think he talks dirty to himself? I'm a bad boy.
Mean, why wouldn't he? Oh, you're a naughty man. A naughty man.
You think he lotion, spit, or dry? I'm betting dry.
Yeah, I bet dry. He's got to punish it for the impure thoughts.
Fornicating with myself. I'm going to need glasses.
Governor Haley, reaction to that, please.
As the person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the
No,
energy?
Doug.
Governor Haley.
No, Dougie. Shut up. Poor Dougie.
Thing I'll say is what I saw at the United Nations is energy security is national security. We need a president that understands we have to partner with our producers and make sure that we have their backs. What you don't need is a president who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking. He's against drilling. He's been against, you did it. He always talks about what happens on day one. You better watch out, because what happens on day two is when you're in trouble. Day two in Florida, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you did it on federal lands.
This is where I stopped when I was watching it live too. She just said that he banned stuff on federal land.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He can't do that. That's federal, Nikki.
And you took green subsidies that you didn't have to take.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned. You have the right to respond. 30 seconds.
Yeah. I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing, and we are going to lower your gas prices. We are going to get that job done because it's important for our national security. It's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
Let's see how she did it again. There was no reason for her to take pot shots at him like that. She could have done it. If you're going to do the Tulsi thing, you can't come off bitchy when you do it.
Yeah, she comes off real bitchy.
Just like, hey, Governor DeSantis did this. And it says, she's like, you did that, you fuck. And Mike's down there getting a Woody.
Yeah, he's like, oh, she's strong like mother.
And Dougie's calling the suicide prevention line.
Well, he's not Canadian.
No, different line, man. The different line.
Oh, my bad.
To stay alive.
Jesus, massive.
Which I believe is 1-800 don't die or something like that.
No, you just call Trudeau sucks, and you end up with on a list.
So what's the only answer to that? Because this is ridiculous.
DeSantis, this question is for
Florida,
you.
Our voters enacted a constitutional
You
amendment
banned it before
that
they
doesn't
voted.
allow. No, it's not true.
You banned it before they voted, and
Nikki,
not only that, fracking wasn't. They didn't vote on
She's just totally
fracking.
wrong. They voted it
Check
in.
it,
That's
check
what we
it.
did. Onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't have as much as maybe West Texas, but we do it. But that was a constitutional. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
You said that twice now, Nikki. Shut up. This is why you come off looking like a bitch instead of looking strong. You're literally just reiterating a point you've already said twice.
There's the finger again, too.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? Ouch, Elliot.
Look, man, her husband's away. She's all pent up.
I have a feeling that her husband escaped.
Yeah.
And probably re-enlisted, so he didn't have to deal with her nonsense, because she seems kind of bitchy.
She seems kind of old to have a husband in the military.
Maybe he's younger than her.
Maybe. Or, I mean, if he's high enough up in the brass, sure.
He's not deployed. He's got an apartment downtown.
Voters didn't even vote on fracking, and you banned
We are
fracking.
moving on with this question for Governor DeSantis. Governor, excuse me, we cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time.
You know, typically when a Brit is like dressing people down, it comes off with some amount of authority. This just, you're not strong enough for that, Stuart.
Yeah, he's got the posh, kind of smug sound, so he doesn't sound like hardcore cool or anything. Oh, Nikki Haley's daughter's kind of hot.
I'm ready, Stuart.
What?
Nikki Haley's got a daughter that's kind of hot.
I mean, she's obviously an attractive woman at one point in her life, so I can see that.
Yeah. Her daughter's like 25, too.
Hmm.
So Nikki's only 51, for the record.
Well, how old's your husband?
I don't know. I couldn't find that, and I gave up because I didn't care enough.
Fair enough.
Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness. But you say colleges should be on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? How does that the cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also
wrong answer. What you do is you cut them off the federal teat.
Yeah.
Stop just giving out money from the feds for everything. And if you want to do loan forgiveness, which I don't agree with, Jack, it goes through the Congress and the president signs it as a bill. You don't just get to do it with a pen and a phone call. That's my new Obama.
With a pen and a phone call.
And my old Hillary.
Oh, yeah.
Dana asked last segment about 9/11, because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the.
Dark Resurrect, thank you so much for that feminist $12. Monkey should run the debates. You and you shut the fuck up. You answer the fucking question would be much better than this. It would be.
I'd be entertained.
And I guarantee you it wouldn't be like Barney there being like, I need you guys to play. I need you guys. I can't do his accent. I need you guys to please stop doing this shit. I don't know. I'm Aussie there. I'd be like, hey, shut up.
No, and Aussie would have called them all the C word by now.
Look, you little cunt. Shut up.
Oi, cunt. Shut it.
Yeah. You got to be assertive. You got to get that dad voice in there. And Barney just doesn't have one.
Yeah. Stewart's not that commanding of a
No, he's just not. He's not.
The military as a result of that. I've been a blue-collar kid, minimum wage in Dunedin, Florida. I ended up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School and somehow came out more conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American, And I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war. I think that's going to help me as commander in chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's husband is serving right now as well, and we thank him for that.
I mean, that's true, and thank him for his service, but what the fuck does that have to do with the debate?
Nothing.
Ron earned the right to go, hey, I signed up because of 9/11, because he did. And there, you know, people are like, he wasn't a real SEAL. He wasn't doing the SEAL work. He was more on the administrative side of things, because there are SEAL teams that do that, Jack.
Paperwork SEALs? That's weird.
Basically, yeah. But this man went up and was like, yeah, I'm going to sign up because of 9/11. And you can't take that away, and you don't get to throw in, oh, by the way, Nikki's the guy that she sometimes sees is gone because he hates her. That has nothing to do with this, sweetie. Nothing. And again, I thank him for his service. It just has nothing to do with this debate, and that is highly inappropriate for the moderator to do.
Yeah.
Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you...
There was another joke from Pence. I don't know if you guys heard it. He said, I don't live in Washington. 5. He's made 5 jokes tonight, Jack, and they've all failed.
Yeah, he's not a funny man.
I don't live in Washington. Did you hear what I said?
You should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her.
Certainly. One of the things I'd say is if you look at our national...
I cut that off. She actually asked him, turn to Nikki Haley and tell her why you're a better candidate than she is.
First of all, she's a woman. Right. Second of all, she's incompetent. And she's kind of a bitch. There you go.
I would have just said, have you been listening to her?
Right?
On debt of $33 trillion. I would love to have an opportunity to have this country pass a balanced budget amendment.
Right here, they should be playing some Barry White. Yeah, or go old school. Let's get it on.
He just starts taking
that would constrain.
She slowly unbuttons the. I might need to get laid, dude.
Maybe.
The spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation. Number one. Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt, you have to grow our economy. In order to grow our
economy, bro, just cut spending.
Yeah.
to pay the debt, we got to grow the economy. That'll help because it'll get more tax revenue in. But what'll help even more is cutting the over $1 trillion we're overspending.
Yeah, cut out a lot of the fat from government, the bureaucracy. Stop spending so much money. Stop giving out handouts to every third world dictator in a shithole country, and secure the border.
Economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in 3 specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleashed all.
Is it kind of fucked up to tell the black guy, hey, turn and tell the white girl what you're going to do?
She's not white. She's Indian.
That bitch is white.
No, she's Indian.
Nobody would look at her and go, oh, yeah, she's Indian if they just looked at her.
I don't know.
It
depends how many Indians you've been around.
That chick is white as hell. And she's married. Why ain't she got the dot?
She's not a practicing Hindu.
She should have the dot.
Only the Hindus have dots.
If there's another debate, I'm going to find a way to put a dot on her head for it.
Jesus. You're going to Photoshop her traditional Hindu clothes, too?
Yep.
Like, here, you have to have a sarong on.
I believe that he was a JAG officer with the SEALs. Is that what it was? Because I know I've heard JAG mentioned with him, and not just JAG off, which some people have said.
Yeah, I heard he was a JAG lawyer.
Energy resources. America is we're the richest country If you combine coal, gas, and oil, why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the history of the country, and a 70-year low for women.
Governor.
You know, I didn't hear in there anywhere.
An answer to the question.
Cut spending. Well, I mean, he's given his bona fides to her, so I give him a pass on that one. But we cut all this stuff. We kept spending just as much. That's why the debt's like it is, sir.
Haley, would you think you would deserve the
first of
promotion
all,
over
I think,
him?
look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only.
He's 1 out of 100. I mean, damn you, Tim, for not acting like a dictator from the Senate. You should rise up like Julius Caesar.
Yeah. Wait.
Uh-oh, shit. I just went Rome, didn't I? Damn it.
Yes. Well, I was thinking about Rome earlier today, so I guess it's
I was thinking about Rome too, but only because I saw somebody answer about Rome on Twitter, and they said, actually, I think it was Imperial Japan they think about.
Oh yeah.
Which, I mean, is fine, but I don't know enough about it to care.
Were they thinking about the Romans fighting Imperial Japan?
Maybe, but that's not what they said.
Oh.
All right, back to Hillary.
Only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending.
She just said he didn't do the things that he did.
He has made sure that the borders are open and they haven't done anything. Look at everything that's happened. 12 years. Where have you been? Where have you been, Tim? 12 years. We've waited and nothing has happened.
Here's what you've done.
Tell him why you should be promoted. Fuck you, Tim. Dude, don't look to white ladies, man. They'll fuck you up. Black guys out there, seriously, white women are the devil. They're the white devil. It's not the white men, it's the white chicks.
She's not white.
That bitch is white. I'm just saying.
Here's the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish.
All these guys have said
here's the fact,
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley,
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when
see what I mean? What he did right there? He just took over the stage.
Yeah,
and got a very good response with just a very brief part of his answer. This is where he actually comes on pretty strong at the end of the debate.
And it gets hot in there when they're shooting arrows at you. Are you going to be stand up for parents' rights, keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
CEO, we actually have a CEO of the White House, which is what I think we need. If I may just briefly interject here, we need a zero-based budgeting. That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with zero as the baseline for the budget, and then see what's actually necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it. But successful companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO, will do it. And I think we need a CEO in the White House to get that done.
Governor Burgum runs the state that way. Yes, go ahead.
You didn't ask the only guy that's been attacked. You have energy questions. You don't ask anything. But I'm just going to say right now, when you say nobody else has done it, the energy plans that have all been announced in the last month by these other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about, we've got troops down at the border flying helicopter missions from North Dakota, from San Diego to the Gulf Coast. trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. It's not saying when nobody else done the big fights. North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales. And we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting.
That's going to get the voters filed up. Leases. I mean, good on you, Dougie, for doing it. But is that really the talking point you wanted to go with?
I mean, it's
something. How about just we took on the Biden administration and won? How about that? You don't got to get so specific, Dougie. Yeah, most people don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
The Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now. Energy, economy, national security, have been talking about it since day one, and now finally good, we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
Governor Burgum.
Didn't you say earlier that you worked with the teachers unions? Good job on those big fights. Did you see how pissy he was at the beginning, though? Well, the one you got, you didn't give me the question. Dougie, you shouldn't even be up there. You bought your way up there, man. How can anybody take
it's
you
not
serious?
against the rules to buy your way up there, though.
How can anybody take you serious when everybody knows you gave out gift cards to get on stage?
Nobody said it was against the rules. It's perfectly fair.
This motherfucker's trading away $10 for $1. Is that who you want in the White House? Do we not have enough of that shit?
Look, we all know he's not going to win. Chris Christie's not going to win, and Mike Pence is not going to win. So they're just there for funny.
I don't think Scott's got a chance either. I think he's hurt himself in both debates.
I think so too. Plus the questionable stuff around the money.
Oh God, yeah.
I think if that becomes a bigger story, which it would if his numbers went up, then he's pretty well done.
Yeah, he needs to hope he doesn't do well, because if he starts climbing up in the polls, becomes the third or second ranked candidate, all that shit's coming out.
Yeah, and there's gonna be look at how the press treats Trump. Can you imagine what they're gonna do to a nobody like Tim Scott who doesn't have that kind of support?
Yeah. Guys, brought to you by you. Hit the like button, please.
Let's talk big government.
Let's talk big government.
This question's for you. Big government keeps getting bigger. 1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgum, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, we shrunk the state.
All right, look, he's got some executive experience because he was in North Dakota. I kept saying South earlier. I didn't realize it's North Dakota. That has even less people.
Yeah, I thought it was South Dakota for some reason, but
too.
I blame the Mandela effect. We clearly went into another universe, and
there's so few people in North Dakota that they have to count them as 3/5.
Ouch.
Too soon?
No, I'm fine with it.
Come on, that was funny.
Yeah, it was.
But there's the bureaucracy of a state, even the biggest states in our country, are nothing compared to the federal government. So, I mean, good that you did it in your state, but could you give me some details on what you do? Ramaswamy hasn't exactly explained how he's going to get rid of all of those jobs, but he's got the specifics of what he wants done. 75%. That's a number I can work with. I think it's 50% by the end of the second year, and then 75 by the end of the fourth, if I remember correctly. So he's actually got a plan. He's not just saying, hey, I once did something that may or may not be related to what job I'm asking for. Dougie, they don't give you much time to answer. You need to really use it.
state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government job, there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you can engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do, and they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is
how you got 10 million jobs in a state that's got like what, 2 million people maybe?
They count South Dakota.
What is the population of North Dakota? Let's see. North to Alaska. Don't type Alaska, dummy. Let's see. North Dakota population. It's not even 1 million people, but they got 10 million jobs up there, Jack.
Well, they did have a big oil boom, so maybe that's related. Like they have like temp workers or something.
I guess so.
Maybe they count all the truck stops and every time somebody buys gas there on their way through to somewhere fun.
Maybe 779,000 as of 2021.
Wow, that's it.
That's it. Yeah. They're a tiny state, man. A lot of land, but nobody fucking lives there because it's cold as shit.
Yeah, winter blows.
Cold as shit. There's nothing to do there. I'm not even sure why anybody settled there. It makes less sense than Michigan. At least we got the Great Lakes to move stuff, you know?
Free land.
I guess.
That's the only thing I could think of.
Possible to do it if you have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor
Okay.
DeSantis.
We're talking about the difference between 770,000 people and 330 million, where the size of our government is just bloated to fuck. It's not comparable. And Dougie, you got to get better answers, man. I don't know if he even gets to speak again.
I want to ask you about something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win state.
Do you see where he just remembered to smile? Watch this shit.
In 6 states in
Hopefully
2022.
it's playing pretty well.
Republicans lost all of them.
Here it comes.
Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona.
It always looks so forced. Like, I must learn to emote now.
Yes. And he's not as bad as Pence, so I mean, he comes off looking a lot better by having Pence on the stage. But that him was like, oh shit, I forgot I need to smile.
That is a must-win state.
You think his wife gave him a little notice in the background, like, hey, smile?
Yeah, she's got a sign.
DeSantis, how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats.
For the record, if Trump wasn't in this race, he'd be up by 40 points.
Probably.
Mostly just on name recognition.
I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. I was at my wife.
You pussy. Yes, Trump's not there. We already got that. You told us that once. Nikki Haley is also on the side of, hey, we shouldn't be so mean on abortion. She's standing right there, and she just called you out a minute ago, man.
Yeah.
Call that twat out instead of taking a shot at Trump knowing it's meaningless. He can't answer back. You already took that shot. Let it go.
Wife and I earlier today were at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, every single person has purpose and worth. We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in.
They count those dead babies. They have to know how many there are. They catalog them.
Yeah, so they can harvest their organs.
I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor Christie. Governor Christie, do you think that Republican?
Yes, I will.
Okay, Governor Christie, do you think that?
Tim Scott asked him if he would sign the legislation if it came to his desk of a 15-week limit, and he said yes. That was some background talking there with the clapping and this oddly attractive chick on the end.
Which one?
Republicans can
Data
do
Priya?
that
Yeah.
Yeah.
in Arizona if this referendum is on the ballot there.
Yeah, because I did it in New Jersey, Dana. You know,
Then why are all these other states losing?
well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way it should be led. And in fact is, look, I was a governor here of the only blue state that's represented up here. This is where the
Mitt Romney was governor of a blue state, shithead. What you just told me is that you're a fucking rhino.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is.
Alan, thanks so much for the donation, my friend. I appreciate it. I'm from a blue state. Warning, danger, danger.
fight is really tough for Republicans. And those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding. 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights in the states. But what you need is a leader who can talk to people and make them understand that if you're pro-life, you have to be pro-life for the entire life, not just the 9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight,
for
and
fuck's
we haven't
sake.
spoken one moment about treatment.
He just went into a Democratic answer there.
Yeah.
Because that's the Democrat talking point. Oh, you care about them in the womb, but not after they're born. We got to take care of them. Can't wait till we have the little crack baby basketball league.
Cradle to grave, monkey.
Fucking shitbag.
But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup,
Nah, bro, he died of Percocet he bought over Snapchat. Didn't we hear about him yesterday?
I believe so.
life is precious too. And we need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in the blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
Thank you.
From my heart.
Tell it to my heart. Oh, that's
you mean that
else.
fatty thing in the middle of your chest that can barely move?
It hurts when he takes joggies.
From my heart. Look at him right there. Look, he looks like he's planning something evil.
Well, he's probably planning on taking a poop, and that's going to do some bad, evil things to the bathroom.
He's back to the Joker, or not the Joker, the Penguin.
I'm telling you.
Where's his neck?
It's none of your business. Wah, 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 Batman.
Is that what this is? It's actually like a turtle and it goes forward instead of up?
Maybe.
All right.
Real quick. Thank you, Alan, for the donation with no message. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well.
Pence. The latest Univision poll found that 73% of Latino voters think
There it is again. The Latino voters, this is what they think. Shut up. If they don't have a black person up there next time saying, hey, this is what the homies want, I'm going to be pissed.
Right?
The Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis has translated his campaign into Spanish. How will you reach out to Latino voters?
Shut up. How will you pander is what she just asked. How you pander to these people who, let's be honest, lots of them are illegals and shouldn't be being pandered to any fucking how. But only Governor DeSantis has translated his stuff into the Spanish. Shut up.
Who fucking cares? It's not. English should be the official language of the United States. Let's just get that shit over with.
Why is Hispanic such a major thing here? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Seriously, I want a blue-haired feminist up there asking these questions. At least it would make sense. I want the side shave, and the faux hawk, or no, the mullet going on the other side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I promise you that we're going to continue to build bridges to every community in this country. And I'm incredibly proud of that tax cut and tax reform bill. I worked on.
How are you going to reach out to Latinos? We're going to build some bridges. I'm incredibly proud of the tax bill. What? It honestly confuses me the way they switch subjects like that.
Dude, I got nothing. It's so random.
I'm going to build a bridge. By the way, fuck your question. I got other shit to say. And again, it is a problem with the format. I can't blame it entirely on these guys. If they would shut the fuck up after they answered the question, maybe they would get another question. But, I mean, the format is garbage.
Yeah.
Capitol Hill to help get that bill passed into law, the largest tax cut in American history. We saw
you ain't do shit.
Literally the lowest unemployment ever recorded for Hispanic Americans, the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans, 50-year low for women. So I think the President of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream for every American.
Seriously, he's doing the jack off hand movement again.
Well, look, he's
Please
really
stop.
super horny.
Why is he? If you're going to do that, close the fist completely. Don't have it open some like you got your pencil dick in there.
No. See, politics really gets him aroused.
Oh my God, it's annoying as fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know how fucking long we've been going. 3 hours and 30 minutes. I just want to stop here and say thank you guys for hanging out with us. I realize this is going really long and it's politics, so it can get boring. I hope we've been entertaining, and if not, shut up. No, thanks for watching, guys. I really do appreciate it. And please hit the like button if you're so inclined.
It begins with the unborn and the aging and the infirm. And it begins with every ethnic group in this country. And I promise.
Are the unborn an ethnic group?
Yeah, or the old people is old an ethnic group now. It begins with the unborn and the elderly. What? How does that circle work?
I think it begins with one and ends with the other.
Yeah, it seemed like it's not a circle, dude. You don't like get really old and then turn into a baby.
Jesus, man. And you know the worst part of this, Jack? I'm still not going to be able to sleep when this is over.
Yeah, I get it.
And I've watched this whole thing twice now.
I don't know how.
Oh, because I'm a sucker for politics. I play it up, but you know, I can't help myself.
I know.
What do we got? 12 minutes left. And part of that is another commercial.
President of the United States. I'll be a champion.
No, you won't.
I'll be a champion for the American dream, for Hispanic Americans, and for every American. So help me God.
Senator,
you're not getting sworn in.
You don't know.
I guess. No, I actually do. He's not going to get sworn in.
Oh, well, fine.
reaction?
Yes, there's no doubt that if you lead by example, it's the best way to get the job done.
So he's not going to have an abortion. Good on you, Tim.
Yeah, proud of you, buddy.
Good on you. And I wish you and Lindsay a good life down there in the flower shop in Florida. Corey's coming for your man, though. You better be careful.
Yeah, best watch out.
In the Senate. My chief of staff is the only Hispanic female chief of staff in the Senate.
Why does that matter? What a lefty thing to say.
You fucking assholes. 3 of you now have got up there and basically gone, yes, identity politics is great.
I hired her because she was the best, highest qualified person we have. What we need are leaders who lead by example. And I will simply say, I would.
Do you really think his chief of staff is the best one that could possibly be there?
I think it's the best one he could afford.
Probably. Used to be his cleaning lady.
Will you be my chief of staff? See.
Lupita, can you come yell at people for me?
Oh,
I'd
see,
love to
Mr.
finish my
Scott.
conversation with Nikki as it relates to the job that needs to get done.
Mr. Scott Negro.
Nikki offered a
You always put the color at the end.
10-cent gas tax increase in South Carolina. Talk about someone who has never seen a federal dollar she doesn't like. 10 cents.
You're the one giving them out, shithead.
Yeah.
You guys are getting ready to sign. I'm sure they're probably signing it now. And you guys are getting ready to spend a whole bunch more fucking money. You're raising the debt ceiling again. Probably another stopgap again.
On this gallon in South Carolina, as the UN ambassador, you literally
Bring it,
put
Tim.
50.
Bring it, Tim. Oh, she got all street there. You gotta say that shit with your chest, Nikki. Can't you be like, bring it, Tim? That sounds like you're asking him to put his wiener in you.
Maybe she was. You know, Pence is over there like, oh my, this is getting saucy.
So bawdy up in here.
Curtains at a $15 million subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the gas tax in South Carolina multiple times against the establishment.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and
YouTube
you want
and
to
see
know
for
what that
yourself.
10 cent was?
You were the governor. You could veto it. That's how governors work, Jack.
Hate fact?
When they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much that I said the only way I will
Here's
pass
what you
it
have to
if
do.
you will
All
give
you have
us
to do.
three.
All you
excuse
have
me,
to do is go
if you will
watch
give-
Nikki Haley on YouTube.
Yes.
If you will give me 3 times the deduction in income tax, then I will look at your gas
So you
tax,
said
which
yes,
is why it
you
didn't
would
happen.
pass.
Secondly,
Exactly, Ron.
secondly, on the 50 million.
Here is a nice part.
Secondly, on the curtains, do you?
Yes.
You see Ramaswamy, they're just smiling, enjoying the shit. Ron, too. Ron's got a real smile on his face for a change. Not that creepy, I'm going to kill you and eat your face thing he does.
Yeah. His murder face. He's from Florida. You got to be careful. Some dude in Florida smiles at you like that. He's probably going to try and eat your face off.
Dexter was in Florida, right? And he kept trying to pretend that he knew what human emotion was.
I don't know. I didn't see that much of Dexter, but I've seen enough Florida man stories about bath salts and people eating faces.
Season 1 was great, and actually up through probably season 4. After that, you can skip it. Although the final season, the one that they came back and remade, wasn't that bad.
Oh.
It was a nice send-off considering 7 sucked.
Mark 10 because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
How are you going to send back you shit that was sent to you?
Nice pause game. Look at that.
I know, right? Looks like he's scared of the white chick.
Yeah.
Like he's going to go down there and steal her curtains in South Carolina. Or where was she at? Yeah, she was South Carolina too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Steal the curtains. They just shot his ass. He's black.
You hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping. You are scrapping.
I'm not scrapping.
You know I
Here's a fact. Here's a
He
fact.
fucked up and made Nikki look good because that was a petty point.
This whole thing's been petty. They're just slapping at each other now for no good reason.
You wanted a gas tax increase, and then you wanted
We do not intend to go ahead like this. In fact, we're about to take a commercial break. We'll have more of the second Republican debate live from the Reagan Presidential Library in just a few moments.
All right, guys. If you haven't seen this, I'm going to spoil it just a little bit. I'm not going to tell you what happens, but this is among the most unprofessional things I have ever seen in politics, Jack. But before that, we have another commercial. Remember, I'm not paid by any of these people, so YouTube, don't get mad. These are not paid advertisements. I'm just enjoying the fact that Rumble made jokes about you fucking assholes and your censorious bullshit.
Yeah.
YouTube, why are you dressed like that?
Well, I've been seeing a lot of violations in the community lately, so I'm enforcing that.
You mean like people not following your policies?
Strike one.
What if someone tells the truth, but it's labeled as misinformation?
Strike two.
Wow. What if I want to ask questions and have different opinions on things?
Strike three. You're out of here.
There's a little too much truth in that for it to be funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's it's kind of on the nose.
Really on the nose. And good on Rumble for doing that during this. That is fucking funny as shit. You notice the GOP isn't working with them to get this shit up there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. Damn blank screen. Wait. Was stuck on the blank screen, not telling me it was actually going again. That's my bad. Oh, no.
Or 401.
All right, we'll just let that play. I don't get paid by these people. Don't buy that shit. Just saying. And we're back. Seriously, I want inside that plane. I want inside that plane like Mickey wants Scott inside her.
And welcome back to the final minutes. I could go another hour, but we only have a few minutes. And candidates, it's now obvious that if you all stay in the race, former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So, which one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island? Please use your marker to write your choice on the notepad in front of you. 15 seconds starting now. Of the people.
Yep, that's what she just asked, presidential nominees. Fill out a paper like the people on Survivor to vote one of you off.
I would refuse to do this. It's fucking stupid. It's childish. It's very, very childish. This is the type of shit you'd see at like a high school election.
They were trying to be cute, and this falls just so flat.
If they wanted to put a joke in here, why did they have Gutfeld write it? At least he's kind of funny. This is wine
good?
mom humor.
Oh, yeah.
Stage. Who should be? I'm absolutely serious.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, we're happy to debate, but I think that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
I want to be clear.
Let me ask you this.
And you see, Ron DeSantis wins right there. He comes off and he does his dad thing again. He just steps up and he's the voice for all of them. You just made him your leader. And you've let that happen several times tonight. I think Ron had a pretty good debate, if I'm being honest.
I would have to say he looked the most presidential overall.
And he did start out slow, but at like the last 45 minutes, he actually did pretty well for himself.
Yeah, I think we're looking at like DeSantis and Vivek probably were the two best ones here. There were too many childish answers and non-answers.
Oh, yeah.
Vivek hurt himself with the weird stump speech canned responses. So I'd have to kind of give it to DeSantis, honestly.
Well, we'll get an official score here in just a minute. But Brand says, I can't believe I'm saying this. Good on Ron. Yeah, good on Ron.
If I may, let me ask you something. Yeah. Then if you won't answer that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
yes,
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So
he doesn't have any lead in this race yet. He has polls.
The answer to that is I wait till he goes to jail.
Don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents.
Yes, 100%.
And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
He just said in January of 2023.
Yeah.
Y'all need to tighten up your dates.
I think they're all pretty tired by this point.
Ramaswamy's going to take a year off before he gets inaugurated, and this guy was inaugurated a few months back.
Well, you know, if he did take a year off, he'd still be doing a better job than Biden.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card. Who was it?
No, but I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah. Look,
Where do you think he's going to go?
He wants Trump to drop out.
I was going to say, of the people on the stage, because that's the question.
On the stage?
Wait, no.
Oh.
Give any answer you want. Hang on to your answer. The question is, of the people on the stage, they're all going to have to go away, and it's going to, if any of them wants a chance, the others all have to go away.
Yeah.
So which one of the people on the stage would you vote off? Are you going to stick with your answer?
For Chris Christie saying it?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay, yeah.
I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now.
DeSantis has said it twice. Just throwing that out there.
And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage,
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your.
Okay, y'all did show up. I don't know about candidly, but certainly not directly. We've answered your questions directly. Were you at this debate?
No shit. Like, you sort of half-ass answer questions and then drift off into some other topic. That is not the definition of candid.
And in fairness to him, he was probably having diabetic issues trying to remember what to say anyway.
Oh, yeah. There should have been somebody run out with a plate of donuts.
Honestly, I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump.
That's Trump's fault?
Obviously.
That shit started with the Democrats, where they're like, well, I won't even let you see your grandkids if you vote for Trump. That started way back in 2016. Can't put that shit on Trump.
It's always Trump's fault.
He's such a little rhino piece of shit. This is why he spends so much time on MSNBC. It's because it's where he belongs.
He needs to be voted off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Can we get Vivek 15 seconds?
All right, you got 15 seconds, Vivek.
Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation to do it.
All right, so there's the end of it. And I didn't realize that was so far in. When Pence was last taking credit for, what Donald Trump did, I was going to say this, but I didn't want to spoil it. Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek, however you want to say it, he's the only one on that stage who gave Donald Trump credit for anything. And it was right there at the end.
Yeah.
Donald Trump did a good job. And he said that during the first debate, too, that Donald Trump was a good president. Pence won't say that, even though he takes credit for everything Donald did.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hey, yeah, we did all this stuff. He didn't do shit. He was sitting in his office, and occasionally Trump would go, oh, yeah, tell him what we did. Somebody might ask him a question. We don't want him to say something stupid.
Look, if you want to win the election, you have to win over Trump's voters. And constantly shitting on Trump is not going to do that for you.
Yeah, at the very least, you can't come off as hostile.
Yeah.
And that's how they all did. And especially Christie, man. That's Christie's whole gimmick. He's only in this race to shit on Trump because Trump didn't give him a job.
Yeah.
Well, there it is, guys. That is the end of the second Republican National Committee's primary debates. I don't know when the next one is. Trump came out and said, we shouldn't have any more, and bullshit. Mr. Trump, you should get up there. And I'm going to give you a good reason why you should be there, Jack. You ready for this?
Sure.
In 1976, if they had done debates, Ronald Reagan probably would have been president in 76. He ran against Gerald Ford and only barely lost. And then that fucking retard goes on to lose to Carter, who Reagan would have slaughtered in 76, just like he did in 80. So anytime there's a challenge, I think there should a decent challenge. I think there should be a debate. And this is an open primary right now. Donald Trump has not been coronated. And it isn't lost on me that a lot of Trump supporters right now are basically going with the it's his turn kind of shit.
Yeah.
We made fun of Hillary for that.
Yeah.
Get up there and do the debate, Donald. You're good at this shit. You'll win more people over if you do it. And yeah, you're going to take some lumps, but you have the answers. You do it in your stump speeches all the time. I think he should get his ass up there. I think Joe Biden should be out there debating RFK Jr. He's doing pretty good in the polls. Yes, he's a sitting president, but I do not like any of this idea where it's like, oh no, it's their turn, including with incumbents.
Yeah.
If somebody steps up and there's a decent challenge, if they got 2% and that's all there is, it's like 98-2. Yeah, okay, you probably don't need a debate. But otherwise, yeah. Say like with Biden, I think the last I saw was RFK was at like 20-25%.
Wow.
That's enough that Joe Biden should be debating him.
Yeah, should probably be debating Gavin Newsom too, because Gavin seems to be waiting in the wings if something happens to old Joe.
That's fair. I think there was something I wanted to watch. Dun, dun, dun. I don't remember though. So
there was. I was trying to think of what it was. I know you wanted to look at Jeremy's Twitter timeline.
That I will. Yeah, that I'm gonna do after the show.
Yeah, I got a video. It's a short, actually. If you want to take a look at something fun,
I do want to talk about this just real quick. A Michigan judge has ordered all judges and I think it's just all judges that they have to use the preferred pronouns of everybody in the court. Here in Michigan, judges have now been ordered by the Supreme Court to use pronouns out of respect, Jack.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Which is why, like somebody pointed out on Twitter, I had the same thought. My pronouns are not guilty and innocent.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Oh, that's what I wanted to watch. I forgot that's what this was. Okay, so up on the Hill today, Jack, they had the first of the impeachment inquiries.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and we have a clip from it. Oh God! Have you? Let me put it on. Go. Thank you. Have you seen this clip?
I don't think so.
Oh, dude, Miss Crockett here. She's about to blow our minds, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to adjust your volume for normal because I think this is actually normal volume.
Did see this one. Yes.
All right, here we go.
But when we start talking about things that look like evidence, they want to act like they blind. They don't know what this is. These are our national secrets. Looks like in the shitter to me.
One way to go, stereotypical angry black lady.
Yeah.
And 2, did you just say it looks like it's in the shitter?
Yes.
That is one of our representatives. Look, it's not my representative, but they're in the government of our Congress, going full on angry black chick and talking about being in the shitter.
Wait, is that dude looking at her tits?
I don't know what he's looking at. For fuck's sake. That's all we're gonna watch it because it's all I care about. But I'm listening to him like, wait, shitter? You're a congresswoman. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, something to do. Hey, Fetterman's ruining the rules for everybody. I actually have 2 clips. You reminded me with that clip of the second one, so we should probably watch it first, if you would.
Okay, let's do that first then. Let me get it. I hate that I have to start it before I can make it large. There we go.
That's what she
said. But this one's kind of loud, so we're just fucking with people's audio all night tonight.
Yeah.
If somebody decides to loot a Gucci or a Macy's or a Nike, because that makes sure that person eats.
They eating Nikes out there? Times must be tough.
Well, maybe Nikes are delicious. I don't know.
Yeah, you just put a little hot sauce on it.
That does make things better.
Make sure that person has clothes. That's reparations. That is reparations. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance. They're going to.
This is part of the legacy of Black Lives Matters. This stupid shit right here. Just steal it. They have insurance.
Get their money back. My people aren't getting anything. If somebody.
What are your people doing to get something? Do you have a job?
No, they are doing something. They're rioting and looting.
Looting? Yeah. Not exactly a job where I come from, Jack.
No, it's more of a opportunistic hobby.
There's no way to blow these up, is there? Okay.
I don't think so.
You're gonna make me delete my damn history.
Why?
Because if you watch a short and you leave it in your history, they just inundate you with shorts.
Oh, that would explain why I get so many of them.
Yeah, and most of them are stupid.
Yes.
Just saying.
Look at this racist ass supermarket. There's an Asian food section with soy sauce. Yeah, too. It's like Asian sauce. All right, fine. Look at this. Fucking ramen. Like every Asian eats instant ramen. Yeah, they're technically like I think it's like mother. Are you recording?
There's no good way to pause these, is there?
Not really, no.
If you missed it at the end there, he held up a cat, which is kind of fucked up.
I thought it was hilarious. I know if Cryptic's watching. I dropped the link in the chat, so
yeah,
if you missed it, Cryptic, check it out. It's funny as shit.
They should have held it for another frame.
Yeah, I was like, you cut that a bit short, but it took me a second because it was so quick. I'm like, oh, he's just holding a cat. Oh,
yeah. Well played, and they're probably smarter doing it real quick. No, we just had a cat with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming out and hanging out with us tonight. Back to normal or kind of stuff tomorrow.
Normaler? That's not a word.
Normaler, yeah. I don't know what's on the horizon. I think we have more of the impeachment stuff going on today. AOC, oh my God. Jack, I didn't want to watch AOC today. But Byron Donalds, he was putting up quotes from all of the emails and stuff. And she got her panties in a wad because he didn't include the context.
Ugh.
And so I went over to watch what she said. And dear fucking Christ, she's an idiot. She's retarded. I'm positive that woman is clinically retarded. She doesn't even have nice boobs. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for putting up with basically 8.5 hours of a 2-hour debate. In fairness, about an hour that was us talking before the shows each night.
Yeah, probably.
So, well, maybe about 40 minutes. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so very kind to us, and we cannot tell you how much we appreciate that. Jack, anything you'd like to shill?
I got nothing tonight. I haven't been able to get anything finished. I got a bunch of stuff half done. So hopefully I have stuff scheduled at the beginning of October, so I'll definitely have some content out by then, but haven't gotten anything done. But thank you guys so much for the tips and all the support you give us over the years. And thank you to the patrons and everybody. You guys are awesome.
I am not going to be gaming until after I sleep. That's me and my body are having a fight, and I need sleep before I do anything else. I barely concentrate. Yeah. So when I get some sleep, I will do a game stream. Even if it's like tomorrow afternoon, I should be able to get away with it because I do that on the big satellite. So we'll do that then. Anything else? Oh, don't forget to check out the store. If you guys like the Munko Lantern, it is available all year long. But if you want it for Halloween and you don't have one, you only have a couple of weeks to get it before the Halloween shipments are done. I think it takes about 2 weeks after an order, if I remember correctly, for mine.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, so check that out. Jack has a Teespring store as well. It's not just the Munko Lantern and not Jack stuff. There's a ton of stuff in there. Go check them out, including shit I forgot I even did.
Yeah.
So check that stuff out. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
I'm always glad to be here.
Guys, seriously, you are heroes for sticking with us through all this. I love you. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody.
Mike Pence gets freaky when he's naked. His little pecker gets quite hard. He bends his wife over the couch, and even I'm not fucked up enough to finish that song.